We're back. Hey, hopefully this is working out a little bit better this time. Let me know. But that's okay because we can replay it later. If you missed the first, I don't know, 10 minutes or whatever. Joseph, let me know if you can hear me. I'd love to I need to find out. Let's see. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna do a quick check. Um Bear with me here. Bear with me. Let's see. Oh, it's great. Can you hear me, Rick? All right, cool. We're back. For some reason, I don't know why it's not showing up on YouTube now, but that's okay. You guys can hear me and you can see me, that's fine. But anyway, like I said, 314-789-0449 is the number to call into the show if you're interested. Glad you guys can hear me. Thank you, Joe, for letting me know that you couldn't hear me. Of course, there's always technical errors, right? Always. Never fails. But anyway, like I was saying earlier, that nobody could hear me. Joe Rogan last night went ahead and endorsed Trump, and that's a huge deal because, uh, well, he doesn't endorse folks. He doesn't like to get into that political realm, but he will tell you, and he did tell us last time that he supported Bernie Sanders, and he probably would have voted for him if he had the chance, but he never officially came out and endorsed him like he did Trump last night. And man, I tell you what, I was saying before I realized that nobody could hear me that I really think that if this was a regular run of the mill election, I think it'd be a pretty safe bet to go ahead and say that Trump's going to win by a landslide. But we all know this is not a normal election cycle, right? Um, and the Democrats have already proven that they're going to do anything in their power to keep him from getting into the White House. Now, we've got lawfare going on. These fake charges. 32 counts on one charge, a data entry, 32 times for a single quote unquote crime. You've got the Letitia James case going on, the January 6th insurrection that is not an insurrection. Assassination attempts, impeachments when he was in office. They're doing everything that they can. And I'm here to tell you that I fear that even if he wins this election tonight, I fear that something nefarious is going to happen and he may not make it in to the White House. I'm hoping that that is not the case. But you never know. But anyway, these swing states, they're looking like they're all pretty much gonna fall. Well, I won't say all, but a vast majority. I think Trump's gonna walk away with it tonight. I think it's gonna be a landslide, um, as long as there's no cheating involved. Which you know what? Shocking. There's already been some reports, and I forget which state it was. I just saw it, and of course, you know how my mind is. I don't remember anything. Hey, what's up, Brian? So yeah, there was a news, I guess, flash that came through that said about 30,000 votes are going to have to be recalculated or um, recalculated here. And I want to say Minnesota, but I'm not sure. But anyway, if you guys have any information on that, go ahead, put it in the chat or call the show. Um, Again, 314-789-0449. It's scrolling at the bottom of the screen there. And since I said that, let's just go ahead and change things around a little bit. So the first poll closing should be at 7 p.m. Eastern time. And here we go. We'll show you the following states that we're looking for there: Indiana, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and New Hampshire. I'm not quite sure how that's going to go. Florida, I think, is a no-brainer. Georgia's the one we need to watch. New Hampshire, I'm about 98%, 99% sure that it is not going to go for Trump. The whole New England, although I would be pleasantly surprised, but I don't see it happen. Um, And then, of course, a little bit later at 7:30 Eastern time, we've got North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Their polling will close. Now, folks, we're not going to know the results tonight. Anybody that thinks we will, unless it's a massive landslide, which I don't think it's going to be, um, we won't know. We probably won't know the results, the complete and total results for I don't know. I'm going to go out on a limb and say at least a week. That's just my guess, but I don't know. Milwaukee, that's what it was. Okay. Hey Joe, what's up? I was correct. Milwaukee has to recount 30,000 votes. You know what? I'd love to sit here and tell you I'm surprised, but it's par for the course. Now, the one thing I will say about the Democratic Party is whatever they are accusing the Republicans of doing, there's probably a 9 out of 10 chance that the Republicans aren't doing what they're being accused of, but the Democrats sure as hell are. When you take a poll and you say and you discover that 70 to 80% of Democrats that were surveyed said it was okay to lie and cheat in the election as long as Trump doesn't get in. Well, that's a huge problem. Huge problem. And I'm going to tell you, I'm up until about, I don't know, 2, 3 months ago, I was not a big, huge Trump supporter. Yeah, you can't take away what he did when he was in office. He did a lot of good things for the country, but I didn't like his personality. But here's the key. You don't have to like the person's personality. If they're getting the job done, I don't care if he's an asshole. Be an asshole, whatever, as long as you're getting the job done. But I will say this. Once I saw everything that they were doing to try to prevent him from even running for office, that's when I started paying a little bit closer attention. And now I'm 100% on board with Trump. Joe says reports from Virginia, man went to vote and they said he had already voted in the system. Multiple states, bomb threats, and power outages causing delays in voting. What? Come on now. Really? Surprised? What's up, Dan? I'm not surprised in the least. As a matter of fact, I may have to change. I may have to change what I said that results in coming in a week. It could be longer than that. One thing I will say that is if it's close tonight and it goes in favor of Trump, be prepared to be wrapped up in the legal system for weeks and months to come. They will not let that go at all. Um, Kind of, if you guys remember, I know a lot of you do remember back when Bush was running against Gore, and it was all the Chad crap, from the punching the ballot, literally punching the ballot. But I don't know, man. Either way, it's not good for the country. Now, I was watching a stream earlier. This younger kid, he'd probably in his early 20s. He was walking around New York City, and he was interviewing folks, and he was asking them, number one, who they wanted to vote for, or who they wanted to win the election. Had they voted, if they had, who they voted for in New York City, and it was probably 10-1. I'd say in favor of Trump, and he was asking everybody. It wasn't trying to single out and look for only Trump supporters. He was talking to a lot of Harris supporters. That's Kamala. In case you didn't know, I'm sure most of us don't know who Harris is, but Kamala, the cackling hyena. So yeah, in New York City of all places, that actually really surprised me. A couple individuals are saying that they think New York is going to turn red, if not now, very soon. Not sure I buy that. I mean, come on. However, though, I don't know. The mayor, the mayor did come out and was supporting Trump, kind of, if you loosely speaking, I guess. But look at that. We got about I don't know, 18 minutes before the first polls on the East Coast close. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I would love to stick here with you guys throughout the whole night, but I really like my bed. I don't want to sleep on the couch. And my wife and daughter are flying in, and their flight gets in at 11:15 ish tonight. So I will probably, depending on how things go, we'll cut a little bit short And when I say a little bit, I mean probably about 10:30. Big Will, you are correct. It is erection night. Well, sorry, it was not anymore. God damn, it sucks getting old. I tell you. But yeah, I'm trying to see what we got going on here. It's really hard to look at the news with it being so biased the way it is. So I don't know what your thoughts are on the polls. I haven't paid attention to the polls in weeks. I don't trust them. It's very easy to skew your results, slant your results to what you want them to be. Right now, electoral votes, it looks like Donald Trump is up 58% to Harris 41% in Indiana. So we got that going for you, which is nice. Um, and that's sources AP. I've got a little bit of Fox News streaming. Well, I tell you what, it's times like this that make me realize how much I really appreciate Lou and his ability to talk and talk and talk. Because I ain't gonna lie, I'm struggling here a little bit, but you're the only news I trust. Well, your stock just went down with me a little bit. Then, if that's the case, just kidding. So I hope everyone by this point, if you're on the watching the show, that you have already gone out and did your civic duty. I'm not going to ask you to tell us who you voted for. That's your personal uh, information. That's private. But if I don't know if you got a wild hair up your ass and you wanted to throw it in the chat room who you voted for, that's fine. I went and voted today. I tried to go vote early several times. Talk for dictator. Uh, Tried to vote early several times. Every time that my wife and I went, I kid you not, the line was wrapped all the way around the building. And this wasn't a small building. It was this big, big church, if you will. So I decided, you know what? Lou brought up a great point on Friday's show about, if you vote earlier, is there going to be voting cannibalization for actual today? So I took that on board and I thought, all right, you know what? I'll just wait till the day. And I went in, voted, no problem, got in, got out. In fact, Veterans Day is coming up, and my father passed away on Veterans Day in 2019. And it's funny because he was a staunch Republican his whole life. And after the 2020 election, of course, I went to go visit the gravesite, and lo and behold, he had two "I voted" stickers placed on his tombstone, and I think he voted for the Democratic Party that year. Go figure. But anyway, how about Biden talking about slapping Trump on the ass, man? A little homoerotic slip there, maybe. I was what show was I watching? There was a podcast I was watching. And they were making fun of Biden for it about how his face was when he said it, and how that's probably actually I think it was the Patrick Bet David show, and they're saying it's probably how he talks to his old lady in the bedroom. If you get a chance to go catch that clip, if Lou was here, I could do a little bit of behind the scenes, but I can't do it all. I'm good, but I'm not that good. But anyway, if you get a chance, go back and check out the Patrick Bet David podcast. It was this morning, the episode was, so pretty doggone funny, if you ask me. But, that brings up another great question. You've got Harris versus Trump tonight, right? Who the hell's running the country? Because we all know it's not Biden. I have some thoughts. I have some theories, Obviously, everybody says the deep state, but who is the deep state? I don't think it's any one person. I think it's a conglomerate of a bunch of different high rollers. I think that Obama and the Clintons are involved, but I think they're still playing the puppet role. They're getting their strings pulled. They're pulling strings, but they're getting their strings pulled as well. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Call into the show, 314-789-0449. And Diddy ain't running. Well, Diddy's running, but it ain't for office, and it ain't the country. He's running to keep that little booty hole secure. That's fascinating that you bring that up, Will, because in the news yesterday, the big deal was Cardi B, as you all know, got on and endorsed Kamala, whatever her name is. I'm just going to go with Hyena from here on out. You guys know what I'm talking about. Anyway, she endorsed the Hyena after, putting up on her, I don't TikTok, whatever it is, saying that she would not endorse any president because they're all screwed up. Well, all of a sudden now, she's up there endorsing her. Makes me wonder with this whole Diddy thing. So you got Usher, who you could tell was not into it. Usher is been named on the list. Um, J Lo, many parties with P Diddy there. In fact, there's several pictures of her at parties braless, which is not a bad thing. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying. But don't get up there on your high horse. The bottom line is they've got dirt on these folks. It's got to be. They have to have dirt on them, especially for the folks that said they would not endorse anybody, and now they're getting up and endorsing them. Go figure. Uh, let's see. Georgia election officials providing an update. I've got it muted so I can't hear. So you guys got to wait just like I do. Let's see. Right now, it looks like in New Hampshire, Trump 50. No, that can't be right. Harris 38. This must be polls. I don't know. I can't read. Anyway. Oh boy, Diddy. Yes, he did. Who's got other than John Crosser? Who's got all these dildos and baby oil in their house? I mean, I know you do, Crosser, but and I don't judge. It's cool, whatever. But it's so bizarre, and the timing. I'm feeling like I really do feel like the October surprise was Diddy and all the people that he knows about, he's got dirt on, are now coming out and supporting. Go figure. Kamala. I wonder what's going to happen when Trump wins with all of this Diddy stuff. I wonder if he's going to go in, and he did say that he would release the Epstein list. Nah, I don't know if he's going to do that or not. I don't what, Ryan? I don't know. I've got that mind like a steel sieve, dude. If I said it, it's gone already. I don't remember what the hell I was talking about. But okay, here we go. New Hampshire. It looks like Trump and Harris are up. It just moved again. That's moving way too quick for me. And I haven't even been medicated yet. That's a problem. Don't you think? All right. Well, 314-789-0449 is the number. Call in and let's talk about it. So I want to know in the room right now, those that are listening, I want to know who voted. Just yes, you voted. No, you didn't. You don't have to tell me who. I just want to make sure that if you did, I can congratulate you. And if you didn't, I can give you as much shit as possible. Again, I don't really care who you vote for, but get out and vote. I mean, it only happens every 4 years. I think you can make it happen. Attaboy, Shrek. Now, like I said, I won't ask who you voted for, but if you feel like telling us, go ahead. I'll start. I voted for Trump, pretty much. Now, I will say that I didn't just vote Republican across the board. But that's okay too. We got some local issues here in Missouri that I had to kind of really, really think about. And some I agreed with, some I didn't. Again, I like to consider myself an independent, so I don't toe the party line. Frankie V, attaboy. Dan, nice. Will, excellent. I love it. So, regardless if you didn't vote, regardless of who you want to win, I guess you don't have a dog in this fight, nor can you complain or be upset when the results come in and your candidate didn't make it. If you don't vote, well, it's your own fault. So anyway, I'd like to know what you guys are seeing in your local communities right about now. Has anyone just gotten home from the polls? Maybe. Dan says I voted yes and no to the rest. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I'll go with it. But here's I want to go back a little bit. When I was talking about how I wasn't a big Trump supporter and now I'm behind him, I've really started to pay attention to his speeches, and I've watched quite a few of them. And I've tried to watch, to be fair, I have tried to watch Harris's speech, or whatever you want to call them, her reading off the teleprompter, and it is so painful. I can't get through it. It's so hard. She goes on for 20 minutes and says absolutely nothing. She's got that down to a science, I tell you that. Yeah, that must I don't know if that's a Georgia thing or not, Will. No beer sales on election day. Honestly, man, it's been a little over 4 years for me that I've been sober, so I haven't really paid attention if they allow it here in Missouri or not. But it's interesting. Very interesting. Da. Just trying to check some statuses here, guys. Bear with me for a few. Yep, it's gonna be it's gonna be a while. This is gonna be difficult for me until Lou gets here. But that's okay too. You you can't deny the fact that the dude can talk. I love it. 1 second, guys. All right. Let's see. So what other states is Georgia can't be the only state. Um, Gardner Earth guy. It's been painful since Reagan left office. Presidents can barely tie shoes since then. Well, I would have to agree with you on that. I'm going to date myself a little bit. I actually signed up under the delayed entry program under Reagan. Yeah, I know I'm old. So I served. I didn't really get the chance to serve under him. I served under Bush, Clinton, um, second Bush, Obama. This goofball we got in office now. In fact, it really upsets me that my retirement paperwork is signed by him. It's a source of contention for me. But anyway, Reagan was he really was one of the greatest presidents we've ever had. And I think once history looks back on these years, I think they're going to find that Trump was also one of the best presidents we've had, especially considering everything that he's had to go through. His whole 4 years, it was just constant defense. It's amazing he got done what he got done fighting against the opposing party there. Um, it's just it's mind-boggling to me. I just don't get it. If they would have put the energy that they put into trying to impeach him and get him out of office into actually doing something good for the country, we'd be in far better shape right now. But you know, Democrats are all about the party first, people second. That's why it's just amazing to me. My mind is blown how certain groups in this country continue to fall for the same rhetoric over and over again. All the promises that you promised, and they're never ever delivered upon. So, if you like being treated like that, continue to vote the way you do. I guess I don't really know what to tell you, but that's cool too. I don't just yeah, I do. There's some dumb people out there. Um, Mitch, yeah, well, Mitch, that's another individual that should have retired already, man. Again, when I'll be honest, if the roles were reversed with Biden, um, and it was a Republican president in office, and he was as demented as Biden is, I would also say that he needs to go. It's just I feel sorry for the human side of it, although Biden's a huge piece of shit and a huge part of the problem. But as a human, as a person, I feel bad for him because obviously he's in mental decline, and now he has his periods of lucidity, like everyone that's suffering from that awful disease does. But the people that are closest to him, his wife, oh my god, why would you not encourage him to step aside? He's let's face it, dude doesn't have much time left on this planet, and he's going to go down in history as the worst, not only the worst president, but he's going to go down as the first president in the history of the United States to be ousted from a non-violent, a non-shooting coup. You can't call it anything but. Well, wore American flag socks today, and multiple people assumed that meant I must have voted for Trump. That should say something. Yeah, absolutely, it does. A bunch of non-American communists. That's just what they are. Communist, socialist. Let's face it. They're the true fascists. When a person that doesn't agree with your opinion is ostracized and um, well, let's just face it. The lawfare is the big buzzword now. But yeah, when you're holding your political opponents to the mercy of the law because you don't want them in, or you don't agree with the citizen's opinion. If I say I'm a Trump supporter now, it doesn't matter what my opinion is to the left, and that's the problem. You should still care what my opinion is. You don't have to agree with it, and just because you have your opinion, that doesn't mean you're right. But you're certainly allowed to have your opinion. I don't believe things have come to what they are. We saw the Berlin Wall fall, the internet. We have seen so much, but I look around and I'm glad I won't live to be 150 years old. Amen to that. You know what? I might not even make it to be might even make it to 60. Who knows the way shit's going on. But nope, I couldn't agree more. The Reagan had, as a leader, I took so many great takeaways from Reagan. The Reagan was famous for saying you have to inspect what you expect. I use that all the time. In fact, I still preach it, and it's so true. If from a leadership perspective, if I give my troops a task, and I let them go ahead and do it because I don't believe in micromanaging, but I still have to expect. I have to go back and inspect the work to make sure that the results were what I expected. If that makes sense. Frankie says because if he stepped down, then they would be able to blame Harris for a lot of what's going on, but they can still use him as a scapegoat since he's still sitting president. That's facts. Um, I just I can't. I mean, I totally understand why she hasn't done interviews. She's got no record to run on. Um, she constantly goes back when she's giving her speeches or her talks or interviews and talking about what she did in California. Well, we all know how bad California is. I would personally try to stay away from that. She thinks it's a great thing what she did, but um, she plagiarized the hell out of her speech, just like she did her book. And come to find out, well, I'm not going to say that because I don't have anything to back it up right now. I don't have the article in front of me, but whatever. You guys can figure it out. Will says Trump wins Indiana and Kentucky. The results are already in, huh? Let's go back and take a look. He must have crushed it then because polls are closing in Georgia, Florida, West Virginia, Ohio, and more states. All right. Well, that's good news. You know what? If I was more prepared, which I tried to be, but I failed miserably, I would have a map that I could post on here and we can mark off states as the evening goes on. But I failed you. It happens. Sorry. Not really, but that's okay too. So, boy, Indiana and Kentucky. I think we kind of expected that a little bit. I'm wondering, I want to share the screen, but I don't know. I don't want to get hit for copyright, so I probably should not do that. But anyway, yep, Kentucky and Indiana. I'm looking at it right now. Bernie Sanders. When did Bernie win again? I don't know where Bernie. Yeah, I don't know where I'm at. Where's what's going on? I think I just crapped my pants. All right. Just got a message from Lou. Hold on. He should be in here in a little bit. Oh, Senator for Vermont. Big surprise. Big surprise. Bernie Sanders. You know what? Hillary really did screw him. That's all right. I'm not going there. Give me 1 second. I got to respond to Lou's text here. We'll get him in shortly, and I can take a nap. I mean, take a break. Give the voice a rest. But you know what? I'm going to give props to all these guys that come on here all the time, and they just talk the entire time, and they get it all. I don't know how they do it because I'm running out of crap to say already. Let's see. Right now, it looks like, if I'm reading that right, Florida, Trump 61%, Harris 38%. So that's good. It's moving way too fast. I can't keep up. I need some help over here. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying earlier. So I started watching a lot more of the Trump speeches and actually kind of paying attention. And I really feel that since the first assassination attempt happened, he's kind of toned down a lot of the rhetoric. But I will say this. Had he not been a businessman, had he not run for president, he could have been one hell of a stand-up comedian. Will says we need a landslide and popular and electoral vote. Absolutely. In fact, that is going to be the only way that it keeps the election results out of litigation. If it's close, like I said earlier, if it's close, they're going to wrap it up in legalities for weeks to months to come. And I'm not a lawyer. I am not a constitutional lawyer. I don't know the laws on all that stuff, and I don't know how that would really affect it. All I know is it can't be good. It can't be good for the country. But, time will tell. Let's see, New Hampshire. Looks like it's dead even. Nope. Yep, it just, man. What the hell, Fox? Slow it down a little bit, man. I can't keep up with it, but that's all right, too. So, thoughts. Let me hear your thoughts in the chat room. Is it going to be a landslide? Is Trump going to win? Is he not going to win? Is it going to be close? I'd like to hear your predictions on what states you think Trump is going to win that no one initially thought he would win. They have 3 votes each for New Hampshire. New Hampshire. I don't know, man. That whole New England area, it's a beautiful area, but those are some different thinking folks. Let's see here. I just got a message from Lou. he'll be in here shortly. 1 second, guys. I know this is rude. I'm sorry, but that's okay. I think, well, you're right. Harris wins the state of confusion. That's for sure. Yeah, I fear for what she's going to do if she wins. Granted, let's be honest, it's not really going to be her. I mean, she's a shell as it is. And if I was a Democrat, I would be absolutely pissed beyond imagination that I didn't get to choose who was running for my party for the president. They just, you know what? They said, we know better than you do, American people. We're going to take your vote for you. We're going to handle it ourselves. So, and why they picked her. Oh my God. It's just, Lou said it pretty good the other night. You've got to give credit where credit is due. She saw a golden opportunity and she took it. She screwed a lot of people in the process. Um, it's funny to me if you've watched any of the interviews with Obama, Clinton, they're getting up there, and there is some pseudo support going on. But man, the comments that they're making, they're stabbing her right in the back. And then everything that old Sleepy Joe comes on and says is just diarrhea of the mouth. Now, the Democrats are trying to say that that's because of his confused state or his mental incapacity. I disagree. Um, like I said, people that suffer from that awful disease have lucid moments, and I guarantee you, when he has those moments, he is pissed off. I mean, how could you not be? They basically stole it from him, right? Um, and I don't remember who said it earlier, but they're making him out to be the scapegoat. So yeah, I'd be pissed off too. So what's the deal with him? Did you guys see when he got the Trump hat and he wore it? Uh, that's just one more dig, and he kept it. He kept it when he left. I don't know, man. I don't think he wants her to win either. But I'd like to know what you guys think. Was it a coup? Was it a non-shooting coup? The what the Democratic Party did to Biden? Let me know in the chat there. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Um, I think it was. If you disagree with me, well, let's talk about it. Convince me otherwise. Call into the show. We'll hash it out. 314-789-0449. And let's do it. Let's talk about it. Lou should be on about 15 minutes. So I guess I'll flounder for about another 15 minutes and then I can take a little talking break for about, I don't know, an hour, two, maybe. Um, but that's all right. So let's see. Oh, Rick Scott. Oh, wow. That's a close race. In Florida, Rick Scott, 50.7%. The opponent is at 47.8. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce her name. Debbie Mucarso Powell. If you've got a hyphenated name, I don't want you to win. Just saying. Maybe that's my toxic masculinity coming into play here, but is what it is. Um, the state I'm really curious to see is New York. Now, it's a given that it's going to go to her, but I'm really curious to see how close that state is. Like I was saying earlier, I was watching a stream of a gentleman out interviewing folks and asking them if number one they voted, if they did, who they voted for. Um, and he was randomly picking people and overwhelmingly, I'd say probably 10-1 were in support of Trump. Um, but that's just a handful of people on the street. We will see. We will see what happens. So what's going on with you guys out there tonight? Let me know your thoughts. Don't be shy. Oh, you know what? I've got to say this. Um, Lou and I, we don't really promote this podcast at all. We get on here because we just enjoy talking shit and having fun and discussing different topics. But we are now at 529 subscribers on YouTube. So thank you to those that have subscribed. We'd really like to see it get up to 1,000. And I need your support. So if you would comment, like, subscribe, you know how the algorithms go. So please, if you would hit that like button for me, I'd really appreciate it. You subscribing and hey, forward this to your, well, you guys don't have friends clearly because you're on my show. Forward it to like the people you pay to be friends with or something. I don't know. Anyway, in other news, we'll get back to this here shortly. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. What we got? Where is it? 16 electoral votes. Right now, Harris is up 55% to Trump's 45%. But it's early. So we'll see. Anyway, we're getting back to our format here shortly. We're going to have some guests on it. We're going to have several people come on and talk to us and let us know how things are in their world. Keep it as nothing's off the table. Um, we'll have some political pundits coming on. We'll have some sports type figures coming on, and all kinds of in between. But again, please share the show if you would. It really helps us out. And maybe one of these days we'll get off our lazy asses and who knows? Maybe we'll promote it a little bit more. But for now, we're just enjoying what we're doing. With that being said, if anyone out there would like to be a guest on the show, send me a message. Let me know. We're happy to get you on, and we'll go from there. Lou and I had the privilege of being guests on another show last week, and I'm not going to say anything yet. It hasn't been what do you call it? Hasn't been published yet. So once it is published, we'll go ahead and send the link out to everybody. It was a lot of fun. We talked about a movie. I don't want to give too much away because yeah. So it was a lot of fun. It's basically like a horror movie / mental health podcast. I know it doesn't sound like the two go together, but it's actually a pretty nice combination. So yeah, once that comes out, we'll put the link up for everybody and see what you guys think. All right. So now they're just saying, wow, Trump won Indiana by 71%. Holy smokes. Wow. Vermont, Harris is up 53%. Virginia, Trump's in the lead in Virginia. Wow, I did not expect that, actually. It's not by much. It's, that's Florida. It's moving way too fast for me. Anyway. So how were the polls for you guys today? If you voted today, were they busy? Were they steady? Was it pretty easy to walk in, get done what you had to get done, and leave? For me, yeah, I was in there. It took me longer to wait in line to return my ballot to submit it than it did to actually get in there, get my ballot, do my voting. So that was a very pleasant surprise for me. I'd say probably I was in and out of there in 20, 25 minutes. And 5 of those minutes were BSing with somebody, one of my neighbors that I saw. So, oh boy, jackpot. Can't hear you. Uh-oh. Are you plugged in?
What's up?
Hey, there it is. Hang on a second. That's weird. Anyway, what's going
I
on,
gotta
Luke?
fix my filter. I have a filter on and I don't want it.
Oh, all right. Fix your filter. Boy, am I glad you're here. I don't know how these people sit there and talk for hours at a time, man.
Oh, I'll show you how.
Well, while you're getting set up there, looks like Trump's already won Kentucky and Indiana.
Yes.
I don't know.
And Vermont's called for Harris. The Blaze is reporting.
Big surprise there, huh?
Yeah, nothing big, nothing crazy.
Let me grab a drink while you're here.
Overlay? Is that what I'm doing? Did I do an overlay? What did I do? Oh, I did a background. Maybe I did a background. I don't know. Default graphics?
If you were talking to me, I didn't hear a damn thing.
Nah, I'm just trying to figure out how to take the blur off my background. I think it's slowing me down.
Go down to the right-hand corner where the little gear is, and then go to virtual background, and then click none. You should be good after that. Joseph, welcome back. So, hey, there it is. What's your hat say?
What's up?
What's your hat say?
Well, it's a special day today, Andy. I know lots been going on, and I'm sure you're aware of it. And I'm sure you're celebrating as well the events of today, right? I mean, obviously you had some crap going on in the background with DJT and Kamala, but the importance of today is it's 3 days after the Yokohama Bay Stars won the World Series in Japan. So, so I am 3 days in with my Bay Star shirt and my Bay Star hat, which everybody says looks weird because it's kind of like meant to be a star.
Oh yeah.
But in America, there's old men who wear trucker hats, and so people just think I'm wearing a retarded old man trucker hat. Like it's not even like right. Like there's something wrong with it because they don't get the star point. But
Right.
anyway, I am a huge Yokohama Bay Star fan. And you're not gonna believe this, or maybe you will. But I get a guy in jiu-jitsu who brings his kid, Clayton. So the kid comes right when I'm taking over the class. It's year 2. I don't know anybody's name, and I'm not really interested in learning anybody's name, and I'm convinced he left because I didn't know his name. Because a couple of times he said to me, like, "My name's Clayton, you know that, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know. And I said it to him twice, but he didn't hear. So anyway, I'm convinced he left because I didn't know his name. But the dad comes, and the kid goes, "Yeah, my dad used to play baseball in Japan." And I said, "No kidding."
Really? I think you did tell me this. Yeah.
And he says, "I used to play baseball." And I think I turned everything down from yesterday when we were having
That's
our
all
meeting.
right. Hey,
Yeah.
talk to the folks. I think my dog's about to shit in my room, so I got to take
I
her
will.
out.
Yeah, no, I'm turning it back up. So I'll tell you guys a story. So this guy comes in, and I have told Andy this story, and I'm sure he forgot. But anyway, this guy comes in. Oh, let me open up the chat too, so I can see the chat. So a guy comes in and said, "Hey, I heard you play baseball." He said, "Yeah, I play baseball." I said, he goes, but he's shy, right? He goes, "I played for the Yokohama Bay Stars." And I said, "Oh my God, that's my favorite team." He's like, "Okay, all right." So he gives me this look like, "All right, you're laying the sails on thick here, right? Like, we're here for jujitsu, we'll play." And I said, "Yeah, man, that's awesome. That's really cool." So I put my Bay Star stuff in my bag, waiting for him to come. And it's about 3 times the kid comes, but the dad doesn't come. He finally comes and says, "See, I told you I'm a base." He can't believe it. He can't believe it. He's stunned, right? Because I mean, how the hell are you going to show up a former professional pitcher in Japan? Excuse me, former professional pitcher in Japan, Yokohama Bay Stars. You bring your kid to jiu-jitsu, and the guy teaching just happens to be a big Bay Star fan. Yeah, right. Right, 1 in a million. But anyway, that's what happened. And he actually ended up giving me his baseball card and signed it. But yeah, he was the Yokohama Bay Stars pitcher and just freaking lands in the one gym that has the one fan, who could prove it.
That's crazy.
So this says Yokohama Bay Stars, right? In Japan, they don't sell jerseys, interestingly enough. It's not a jersey thing, right? You don't see jerseys in Japan. They don't do that.
Right.
But actually, this is the T-shirt. And you know what's funny? And you guys are gonna be like, "How the hell do you know crap like this?" Right? Just boredom, man. Just sheer boredom. So, we sold a lot of our factories, a lot of our clothing, spindle, machinery and stuff. We sold a lot of it to Japan. So anyway, I mean, I have Japanese T-shirts, and they don't fit like American. A little bit smaller,
Right.
not too much. But I'll tell you what, man, the quality is far superior to any T-shirt I buy in America. I'll tell you that right now.
Really?
Oh my God, this is quality. I have 3 Japanese T-shirts, right? And they're all. This is the only baseball one, right? Like I watched one freaking anime. My wife's Japanese, for those who don't. I watched one freaking anime at their house, and that's all the parents sent me. Right? I like one time, I just was like, "Oh, this is cool," right? Because I didn't understand the other crap that was on TV. And I was like, "Oh, I recognize Dragon Ball. I'll watch that," right? Like I recognize it so I can at least know what's going on. And from then on, that's all they give me, man. All they give me is anime stuff because they think I love it, right?
Well, it's what do they say? It's a thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts, right? It's just weird, weird things like that happen, right? Like you ever been, and then we're gonna get to election stuff, right? But you ever been too smart for your own good? Like you ever been too smart?
No, I've never had that problem.
Yeah. So I've had that problem, right? So I would call to see if my wife, when we were dating at the time, was free, right? I would call. And back in the day, people had things called home phones.
What?
And
Get out of
not
here.
many people had cell phones. You had to be rich for that, right? So I called her home phone. And I just knew if her parents talked a lot, she must not be home. So I have no idea what the hell they're saying, but in perfect Japanese, I said, "Okay, thank you. I'll call later."
Nice.
And then if they didn't talk long, they were going to get her. In which case, I didn't have to say anything because she spoke English.
There
I
you
just had
go.
to wait patiently for her to pick up the phone, right? So if there was like a whole lot of blah 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 blah, blah I know she's not home, and I just have to wait for the break and say thank you. I'll call later,
That's funny.
or she's in the shower, right? I don't know, but if they're talking a lot, they're obviously filling time because she's not there.
Right. Right.
But if they were going to get her, it would just be like blah 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 blah.
Oh God.
That'd be it. So anyway, long story short, when I met her parents for the first time, they thought I was fluent.
Oh jeez.
Because I had just figured out. No,
So
I have no idea what you said, lady. I just knew to hang up.
I found an interactive map here.
Oh, one that's already going? Yeah, Vermont, New Hampshire. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, they were talking about Indiana. So let's talk about the election, right? What are they saying to watch, right? Watch New Hampshire. New Hampshire had a huge poll that came out 28 points up. So they were saying, take a look at that, right? See how New Hampshire comes in, see if that 28 is accurate or not, because everyone else is polling, one here, one there. One of the other things the Blaze was talking about, so I've been watching the Blaze lately for the coverage, and I'll tell you right now, if you don't have a subscription to the Blaze, you're missing out. I've had that subscription since the beginning when it was GBTV, and they got sued by freaking Garth Brooks. That was hilarious.
really?
Oh yeah, it's something about he had the small GB and Garth Brooks had that, and it wasn't like Garth Brooks wasn't a fan. It's something to do with copyright law. Like they explained it, right? Like there's no beef between Glenn Beck and Garth Brooks. It's once you've sued for that, you have to sue everyone for that.
Oh,
You
I'm
can't,
sure of it. Yeah.
yeah, you can't just like pick and choose, right? Like once you've locked it down, it has to be locked down. Right. So you're looking at similar things for WWF, right? Like World Wildlife Foundation and
Right. Right.
World Wrestling Federation, right? Like once you've sued for it and it's yours, you have to sue everyone for it. So he had to change, which is why I went to the large GB for a while they worked out, and then they came up with the Blades, right? They're just gonna use the Blades.
Interesting.
And then they had some issues with upper management, and they had some money issues. It was all over the news. I still don't know what up with that. I would love to see what was up with that. I'd love to get one of them on. I thought about what one of their hosts, pretty funny guy, Jeff Fisher. He has a you can pay for him to come on, like give a message. So I want to like pay for the message, but I want it to be him answering this question. But I'd like love to hear what happened. But for a while there was only like 6 of them doing shows like all day. I mean, they had to be burnt. They had to
Oh,
be burnt.
sure. Shit,
But
I did it for 45 minutes and I was smoked.
right. I mean, these guys were going on, and yeah, I mean, virtually same stuff, different audiences, so different flavors, right, during the day, but it was the same information. I mean, it had to be toast, man. They were going through a lot of stuff, right, and then now they're back again, right now they're back again with the format and the people,
Going stronger too.
Oh yeah,
Stronger than ever.
they consumed conservative TV, conservative review TV, CRTV. They bought them out, Levin's company. So Mark Levin's part of them now. They were in talks to merge with the Daily Wire, but the Daily Wire is a behemoth too as well.
Mhm.
So that deal ended up not occurring. But they're still, they still sort of work in conjunction because again, you have to understand. I mean, the legacy media is what it is. I mean, that's
Joe, you're right. New Hampshire is reporting blue, but I don't think anyone is surprised there.
Right. And I think what they were talking about with New Hampshire was, look at the plus 28, right? Like what's the breakdown there? Like what's happening there? Look at their exit polling, right? Like I think they were talking about Georgia's exit polling is starting to come in now, and that's like 25% increase in African American voting for Republican, and is that going to be a trend locally?
Wow.
But then again, you have to, yeah, one of the things they talked about, and this was across the media networks, look at their closing messages again, right? Just go back and look at, um, Kamala Harris's closing message and go back and look at, Trump's closing message. And one of the things that was pointed out by somebody was, these people are arguing to completely different, right there talking to.
For sure. Did you turn your volume down by any chance?
I might have walked away.
Oh,
I might have backed up.
yeah. Because it got kind of quiet there for a minute.
Oh, sorry. I was talking the whole time.
Yeah, I know. Nothing new there.
Right? Is that better? Were you able
Yeah.
to hear now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah. So anyway, that's just what I was saying was they're talking about like how they're looking at like different demographics, right? They're talking to completely different bases. And there's been a flip, right? I mean, oh, that's my low sugar. Hold on.
You can't Joe says he can't hear Lou at all. Well, he just stepped away. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, but Joe, I never thought that it would be a landslide. In fact, I would be extremely surprised if it was. But it's going to be a battle. You're muted. There we
All
go.
right, now that that's addressed
Joe, can you hear Lou now?
by my soda stream.
Oh yeah. Lou, Joe was
Shouldn't
saying
have
he
any more
couldn't hear you.
interruptions like that. But again, yeah, they're looking at the crosstabs and just saying you got to watch out on the elections for like you got to look at how these things are breaking and what the trends will be, right? I mean, first set of polls closed already. Second set starts to close at I think 8 o'clock. I think Pennsylvania closes. Pennsylvania is the one that everybody's waiting for.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
My understanding is they're reporting bomb threats in Georgia, shutting down lines and stuff. So I don't know what happened there.
Don't act like you're surprised.
So Rick, what I'm drinking, buddy, I used to spend when I was working, I used to make a lot of money. And I was spending a lot of money on bullshit, right? And I was drinking 2 Dr. Peppers a night from the gas station. And then I realized, hey, wait a minute. Why don't I buy a soda stream? And I bought a soda stream. And I just started drinking the root beer out of the soda stream, man. I'll tell you what, it's great. I love it. And the amount that I drink, the soda stream has been wonderful.
Yeah, we had one at one time. I don't know what the hell happened.
I can't hear you, Andy.
Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you now.
No? Yes? No?
Can't hear you either.
What the
I might not be plugged in though, because I'm an idiot.
Well, that could
be. And that's why I couldn't hear you.
Joe says 3 different sites are allowed to report late due to threats.
Yeah, right. Yep, that's what I was saying. Like, there's so much going on right now, and you don't know who's doing it, and you don't know why it's being done. And like they were talking about with polling, right? Nate Silver got one election right, and so everybody's kissing his butt right now. But he seems to, it seems to be a guy that's got it together, right? In the polling world, and he's talking about like right now it's all narrative polling, right? You can't watch it; it's all just narrative polling. It's just every state within one, really. Okay. People are just trying not to look stupid when they because it's hard to poll, right? I mean, it's hard to poll Trump. He's an emotional guy. People vote emotionally for him or against him.
Not only that, but the fear of some of these individuals, the fear of admitting that they're going to vote for Trump is it's a real thing. Me, I don't give a shit. I don't care what you think of me. But whatever, it's a real issue. That's for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I've never trusted the polls. I've never really paid attention to them. We brought up the betting odds last show, and it's there's no scientific process behind that. It's just if you got a lot of money and you're willing to part with it, go ahead and throw that bet down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Joe says West Virginia just called red. Wow, really? Now that I'm surprised about.
Not really. I mean, West Virginia, you're looking at Joe Manchin. He left the Democrat Party. He's tired of their nonsense. I mean, they're going to court pack. I mean, so what's the main issue people are talking about, right? Abortion, and I thought that you had Kamala Harris stressing that all over, her campaign, right? It was abortion, reproductive rights, things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to ask yourself, like, what's that argument about, right? So I listen to a lot of Steve Dace, right? He'll tell you they just want to kill babies, right? All they want to do is kill babies, right? He'll tell you if you give them every exemption in the book, it won't be enough, right? Yeah. If you tell them life of the mother, rape, incest, right? Can we have a 15-week? No. It has to be abortion up until birth and even after in some states, right? You had the governor of Virginia, Ralph Northam, a couple of years ago on the radio a pediatrician say we would deliver the baby, set it aside, and have that conversation, right?
Hmm,
There are 4 states right now that have no penalties for not providing care to a baby that survives an abortion, right?
that's
So
crazy,
when
man.
Trump said, you'll have abortion up until and after birth, he's right. In 4 states, they'll do it. There's no
Yeah,
penalty for the doctor to refuse care to an infant that survived an abortion attempt. You can look it up. There's only 4 countries in the world. There's only 4 Western countries in the world that have abortion up until birth because everybody knows that's important, right? I mean, but they scared people into thinking that if Trump gets elected, they'll ban abortion, right? But the court ruled. The court ruled. It's a state issue.
yeah,
Okay, Trump can't ban abortion. No one can pass federal law on abortion. As soon as as soon as Congress writes a law nationally about abortion and the president signs it, the court's going to strike it down. We said it's a state issue.
right.
So any federal legislation on abortion is now illegal. It will be struck down. It cannot happen. So Trump cannot ban abortion, and Kamala Harris cannot codify abortion. That's a lie too.
Well, if we had a legitimate journalism going on, we would know that. But it's a state-run media. It really is state-run media. It couldn't be any clearer than during this election cycle.
Right. They have an agenda. They think it's important for them to be involved. They think um, they have to push, right? They can't just it was like the fact check, right? David Muir fact checks Trump, crime statistics are going down. And then Trump says, yeah, because they're not reporting the major cities. Then the FBI has to come out and say, yeah, actually, right? We don't report the cities. Did David Muir correct that? Did he go back on air on ABC and say, weeks ago I fact checked President Trump? Turns out he was right.
Of course not.
No,
Doesn't fit the agenda.
no, not only does it not fit the agenda, he doesn't want the heat.
Right.
See,
Of
that's
course
the
not.
thing. These people just want to be invited to dinner. It's like they talk about all the like if you again, I'll go back to Steve Day show, right? Talks about the pro-life movement, right? If there were a national ban on abortion, these people would freak out. They'd be out of a job.
Right.
Okay, they're not interested in a national abortion ban just as much as Planned Parenthood isn't, right? And he says that's the thing. These people, they hate the fact that it was sent back to the states, right? Like
Mhm, of course.
these pro-life organizations, these national pro-life organizations hate the fact that it's back at the state level. It's a lot harder to raise money on a state issue.
You're damn right.
A lot harder to go to dinner parties in Washington on a state issue.
That's right.
So
So
yeah, they're pissed.
Florida's
Yeah, they're
projected
upset.
red. Georgia 8% reported red.
Yeah,
But
well,
we're not going to know about Georgia for a couple.
I don't think so. And also, let's remember too, with these percentage reportings and stuff, we all went to bed thinking Hillary Clinton was going to be president. Then at 10 o'clock, shit started happening.
Right.
Right? I mean, anyone who went to
Or
bed in 2016 at 10 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, at 9 o'clock
or let's just
Eastern
go
time.
back to 2020.
Oh, when the people thought there was going to be a red wedding.
Yeah.
Not a wave, a red wedding. And then nobody came. Nobody showed up.
Yep.
North Carolina, chopped possibly blue. That
Yes.
was a threat. People thought that might happen. If that happens, that could be an issue. That could be
Yeah.
indicative of an issue. But what they thought with North Carolina was the storms would keep people home and the day voting turnouts would be trouble.
Well, I have a feeling North Carolina is going to be Harris.
Well, I am just let me ask you, Andy. I don't understand that at all. I don't understand how North Carolina can be blue at all.
2 words.
You?
Mental disorder.
I mean,
it can't be anything other than. I mean, she left him high and dry. She didn't even go visit.
I don't even think the storm like back the storm, like back up from the storm. Like who that's the largest Marine base in the world. You got Marines retiring there to grift off the government. Okay, and I hate that, and I could do that on another show. I can't stand when military people civilianize their positions, and I'm just gonna stop right there because I'll piss off and lose business. I'll tell you what, man, I'm gonna blow my top if we talk about it. I hate that. I can't stand that.
So
I'm gonna grab every one of them by the neck. They bitch the 20 years they were in about the shitty civilians who were lazy, right? The whole time planning to do the same thing.
How do you feel about that?
I hate it. So
I'm not sure I'm following.
But that's what I don't understand, right? You got all these guys on government. Maybe that's what. Maybe that's why North Carolina is going blue. Maybe all those listless, shiftless, loser retirees grifting off the government there are afraid Elon Musk is going to come in and they're the first to go to save money. 90% of you loser retirees on Camp Lejeune milking the government your job can be done by a word program. We don't
I
even need AI. Microsoft Word could replace you.
I
An
I
Excel spreadsheet could replace 50 of you. I can think of 50 of you right now at headquarters that can be replaced by a good spreadsheet.
I thought you weren't going down that road.
Yeah, I lied. But I'm just saying, maybe because it's part of the political analysis, right? Maybe that's why North Carolina is going blue, because all you loser retirees in the Marine Corps down there on Camp Lejeune are afraid you're going to get outed by Elon Musk. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. Yeah, tuck your nuts and go vote blue and hope they keep you, right? Just tuck it. Tuck it like Wild Bill did. It'll work. It worked for now.
Joe said he'll take that bet.
Yeah, tuck it like Wild Bill and go vote for Kamala Harris. You're a loser anyway, grifting off the government.
Now, I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a moment.
Go ahead.
You're kind of lumping everybody in the
I
same
am.
fucking basket there.
I'm just the one. No, just the ones on Camp Lejeune who are making North Carolina go blue. You mean to tell me you can't turn out Republican Marines in North Carolina?
Do you do you need to take a moment?
I don't know. I'm gonna call my buddy down at my buddy's one of the managers at the Driftwood. I kid you not.
The Driftwood.
I
Is that
actually
even
know.
still there?
I actually know a manager currently at the Driftwood.
Oh.
I actually know. He was my junior corpsman.
Oh my god!
And now he's the manager there. Isn't that crazy how the world works? Anyway, yeah, my junior corpsman is the manager down there at the Driftwood. Do I have to call? I mean, now he's super liberal though. I should get him on the show.
Yeah, you should actually.
Call his ass right now. No. But no, he was a great kid. And guy, man, he's a man. When I knew
That's
him,
what I thought, Joe. Yeah, Joe said he thought it burnt down. I thought it did well.
I don't know, man. If that was recent, that had to be recent because I have spoken to him in the last 6 months.
Maybe it
So maybe
was,
it burnt and they built a new one years ago. I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe it
But
was.
I remember I was in Camp Lejeune during a hurricane, and they had us on Camp Johnson on FMSS, right? The old they would say it was the segregated barracks back in the
Right.
back when the military was segregated. We were on the black side of the base, and those were the barracks that we lived in. And they said it's historical. It's why they don't tear them down. It's you know what I mean. It's all historical stuff. But when Camp Lejeune was segregated, Camp Johnson was where the Black Marines stayed. So that's where we train. And they teach you the history of this, right, when you're going through it. But man, it was storming. It was storming. I remember the hurricane was coming through, and we were emptying trash cans of water from the barracks. Like we would find a hole in the roof, put a trash can under it, and like every hour or two, we'd be emptying trash cans full of water, like just to keep it out of the building.
I believe.
Yeah. And I just remember, it was the funniest thing. We were doing it, and one of the black corpsmen looked up. He said, "See what y'all make us live in?" And we all just died laughing, man, because that's how he didn't mean it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those moments in the military where you just had to be there. Where he's like, "See what y'all used to do to us, man." We all just died laughing, man. We all just died laughing. Like this is some BS, and like, yeah, yeah, man, this is some BS, man. And
Joe,
trash cans out of there in North Carolina.
Joe says in the comment that for all he knows, or he knows for a fact, there's a shit ton of girls there on his college scholarship plan.
Oh yeah, no doubt, man. Oh yeah, man.
One quarter at a time, right?
The gunny's wife's there. Who knows who's there?
Oh, we know who's there.
Oh yeah, man. It's a small pool to pull from. It's either somebody's wife or daughter.
Yep.
I mean, I guess you could say that about anyone, anywhere, but what I'm saying is it's somebody's wife or daughter that's on the base.
But the difference is it's somebody's wife or daughter that you more than likely know.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're on the base, right? Like we're shopping. Like we were
Hey, did you ever get that drip taken care of? When I saw you last week, and you never mind.
Camp Lejeune is weird, man. People don't know. Like it's so weird. Like all that stuff, man. I remember going in, like the coffee makers have like an order to them. Like you go to get coffee, and there's like like the staff NCO machine, and like
Yeah.
it's like the weirdest. It's like the weirdest place to be, man. And like there's like, and if you don't know, like if you're new, like you can commit you can commit an unforced error easily, man. Like you get seen eating in the wrong section of the chow hall, man. By rank, it's very classist. You're the wrong rank in the wrong section.
There's such a big difference between Camp Lejeune, Camp Pendleton, Hawaii Marines, and then Okinawa. It's like they're their own little micro cultures.
Yeah,
And it's really, really weird.
It's amazing. It's the craziest thing. How about Okinawa? How about Okinawa and the dental techs killing that dude?
Oh, jeez.
That was crazy.
There's man, I got a lot. So I'm gonna date myself.
Let's go back to election coverage, right? Because this has to do with election coverage. You hear
Hold on.
all the time. If you're on the fence on the West Coast watching us, which I probably not, right? But if you're on the West Coast, you're watching, you're wondering who to vote for, right? Show me the data that women are less likely to go to war. Okay, because in Iwakuni or in Okinawa, they were running a pickpocket ring, and when the guy tried to leave, they took his eyes out and stuffed him in a draining ditch. The women.
Right. So I'm gonna date myself a little bit. I was actually the first time I was ever in Okinawa was before any of these severe restrictions that were placed on the Americans there.
Yeah.
And it was wild, man.
Oh, I bet, man.
Let me tell you, it was so much fun, man. But our mutual friend, Mike Groman, I remember back in '95, he calls me from Okinawa when that freaking guy raped that Japanese girl. And that's what started everything, the downward spiral.
Oh, that, and then they killed the taxi driver, and this wild stuff is happening, man.
Oh, yeah.
Wild stuff is happening.
What blew me away is when we were there, the basically the CEO of all the Japanese forces, American forces in Japan, canceled the 4th of July celebration.
Yeah.
How fucking anti-American was that?
It's just how they are, man. It's just...
It's
they don't like. I'll tell you what. Being married to a foreigner, it's interesting to watch them look at American politics and not give a shit.
Right.
It's like so interesting. It's like so fascinating. Like, how could you not care? Like look at the risk of and you have to understand this, right? And we're very young, right? When 9/11 happened, I was in my early 20s, right? It was tragic.
No comment.
I was in the U.S., right?
No comment.
Yeah. So I was dating a girl, a Japanese girl who flew to see me. She's like, "Hey, I'm coming to see you next week."
Well, flew to see me. Was that her Japanese name?
No, Fook you. Right? What was that Austin Powers? Fook me and Fook you. Fook you. That was fast. Oh, Fook you. I'm a Fook of me. that was like my favorite. Anyway, that came out the year I went to Japan, which is why it was so funny. So anyway, this girl calls me. She's like, "Hey, I'm gonna come visit you." I'm like, "That's expensive." She's like, She's like, "Thank you, Osama. It's $200 round trip."
Oh, wow.
I kid you not. But her words to me. Thank you, Osama. It's 200 less round trip.
Oh, wow. Georgia, what?
12? Right? And so what I want to say is, like a lot of people are like, "Oh man, that's so messed up." And I'm like, "Well, I mean, is it? I mean, if Tokyo Tower fell, we'd be like, man, that sucks."
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Good luck. Yeah. I hope nobody was hurt, but hey, all right. What are we having for dinner?
Yeah, I mean, every time Godzilla sets foot on that island, I'm not like, "Oh no." I'm like, "Oh man, that sucks for them."
Gojira. So, Joe says he was there in '96. I was there my first time.
I was there in '96 too. That's when I got there.
I was there in '91 my first time.
Yeah, I was there in '96.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all. It's fascinating, man. It's fascinating to watch that country work. Right, they're having an election too as well. Their prime minister resigned, and they're having elections now, or they already did have elections. I don't know. My wife says I know more than she does.
They're having erections
about the Japanese politics, but they were having an election, and they thought.
Say it like the Japanese would say it.
They were having erections, and they thought that maybe it would be.
Is it pretty hard?
No, I thought it was pretty okay because they had a couple of young guys that had different ideas on marijuana, which is an automatic 5-year sentence in Japan.
That
Automatic.
went right
Auto-
over your head, dude.
What's up?
Yeah, that one went right over your head.
Oh, I know. I heard the hard part. Yeah, I knew that. Kept going though. Like
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I'm with you,
it's automatic
Blue.
5 years, man.
No, North Carolina going blue. It's you can pretty much yeah.
So New Hampshire, one of the things about New Hampshire they talked about too was look at their statistics on New Hampshire. See what their down ballot is.
Well, they've only got 8.7% of the vote in, but yeah, New
Eh,
Hampshire's a blue state for sure.
Oh yeah,
Now,
man.
now what I'm
Which is
curious,
funny because isn't there live free or die, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
What I'm
Believe it.
curious to see is Maine.
Well, I'm interested in the down ballot, right? I mean, you can give Trump the presidency and then not the Senate. You know, the Senate's I know the Blaze was projecting I don't know if you've been tuned into the Daily Wire at
No,
all?
I know I logged out. I don't I got rid of it.
Oh, it didn't save it?
No. Oh, you might have. I didn't even check that, but let's
But
see.
anyway, I haven't checked on them because I thought maybe but I can pull them up here and take a look at what they're projecting too as well.
Yeah, why
Um
not?
but yeah, it's I forget what I was saying. They're talking about Daily Wire. I get
You're
distracted.
looking for the down what you
Down
call it?
ballot. That's right. You want to see the Senate. Like, are they going to give them the Senate and House to work with, right? And I think the Senate they were projecting like 54 to 50, 58. I know they were talking about Montana being in play, Ohio being in play. They think Sherrod Brown is done. I don't know. I don't know what their down ballot is. I would have to look. I'm going to log in right now, see if they're tracking it or not. But the Senate will be important, of course. Mitch McConnell stepping down. Thank God the turtle's done.
He needs to be done, man. Um,
Terrible human being. Just I mean, I don't want to say terrible human being. Look, he was a statesman. He was a statesman. I mean, he moved Trump's judges through. I mean, he made things happen, but he also stopped things.
yeah. Yeah,
You
like
know?
in the middle of his speech, literally.
Yeah. Well, he killed bills. I mean, the guy killed bills, and he knows Trump's is. If Trump gets a second term, he's going to steamroll him. But that'll be interesting to see who Trump puts in. Who he wants in the Senate, who he endorses to be the Senate leader, because if it's like a John Corcoran out of Texas or one of those clowns, I mean, they're not going to do anything. I mean, he's going to be stagnant still. He's got to have a mover in there, somebody that's going to help him out. Not like a Paul Ryan that's just going to crap on him every chance he gets.
I
Like
have
Paul
news
Ryan
for
wasted
you
the first 2 years of the Trump presidency, wasted it.
for sure. I have news for you that has nothing to do with the election. And it has nothing to actually whoever's listening to him really won't give a shit either. But Liam talked Connie into letting him get the Xbox Gold Pass.
No way.
So I had him download the Armor Reforger game last night.
Oh man, you gotta get. Yeah, we're on now. We're on now. So in gaming news, right? So those of you that didn't know, I'm a big gamer. I'm a big nerdy gamer, right? You couldn't tell, I'm a big nerd.
You're cutting out a lot. I don't know if it's because you're moving the mic or.
I think it's because I'm moving the mic and I'm in and out.
Okay.
But and I'll try not to. But yeah. So I'm a big nerd.
Yeah, big nerd.
Yeah, so I'm a big nerd. So I was doing oh crap, man. I got sorry, when I started running that, I was like, oh no, we're on a stream and I'm not licensed. I didn't know if you could hear it. Could you hear it?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, good. It was playing in the background, I thought, and the Daily Wire, and I was like, oh no. I panicked.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm not licensed to broadcast that.
You're usually good if you only have less than 30 seconds.
Okay.
Usually you won't get a copyright strike, but I don't know, man. It's not worth taking the chance on it.
No, that's why I was like, oh man.
Because we already have one against us. It's not a copyright, but it's a community standard strike.
Oh, was that for the vaccines?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Can't
that's
talk
the
bad
great thing
about
about
vaccines, man. They'll get you.
You can do it live. They can't censor you live, but once you repost later, that's when they nail you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we just have to remember to go in and take that out.
That is such a tough, that is such a tough conversation, right? I mean, do they do more good than harm? Absolutely, 100%. Is there a potential for an issue? Sometimes, but if you have that conversation, man, you're going to push more people into more harm than good. And that's just not true. It does more good than harm.
Yeah, that's a great segue. I listened to an interview today, and Trump's out there promising that. Actually, it was JD Vance is saying that for those that were kicked out of the military for this whole vaccine issue, they're looking to bring them back in with back pay.
Yeah. I mean, that was absurd what they did to those people. Those admirals and those generals and those. I mean, I can't believe they sat around and thought that was a good idea and didn't give any push. But I guess it is civilian led, and the civilians were pushing it. Again though, and to quote my favorite talk show host Steve, I mean Nuremberg like punishments after Nuremberg like trial.
Yeah.
And remember, guys, again, we're doing this because we pay for we pay for it, so you don't have to. We know a lot of these subscription services, they get insane, man, and they keep upping the price and they keep doing things. But they provide a lot of good information, and so I'm more than happy, in the position I'm in today, to subscribe and bring to you, a lot of the information that these guys are putting out and stuff. And sort of help make better sense of the news, and a lot of what these people have too, just so you know, it is out there on YouTube and Spotify and these other platforms for free. Um, a lot of the behind the scenes stuff, a lot of stuff that's behind the paywall. It's good stuff, but you can live without it. I find I only access behind the paywall stuff like on special occasions like this.
Peace out,
A,
Joe.
a lot of hey, all right, brother. Catch you later, Joe. A lot of what I do, a lot of what I listen to is a lot of the free on a rotation. Like I have a rotation, like I do these shows on these days
Mhm.
um, to get the broadest sense that I can get. And it's about 4 hours a day. And I know nobody really has that kind of time. And you're probably like, what a loser, right? Like, how do you have that kind of time, right? So, oh, go
That's
ahead.
not why I think you're a loser, but that's
Yeah,
beside the
right.
point.
So I'll tell you how I have the time, right? Like I because I'm a nerd, I invested in learning how to link everything. So I seamlessly listen to the news as I move throughout my house, right? As I do different things, right?
Yeah.
Like I have the Echo, I'll tell it to play on the Everywhere group and it'll just play the news everywhere in the house. So as I walk through, it's all going.
Nice.
The other thing is and like I said, I am a nerdy gamer. And if you have the Spotify family plan, you can play Spotify through your PlayStation or your Xbox. So
Nice.
while I'm gaming, I'm listening to the news. And so that's how I'm able to I multitask, right? So now you get into the question of, right? Well, how are you remembering? How are you split tasking? Are you sure you're not screwing things up, right? You're not misremembering or misunderstanding statistics and stuff. Oh, I'm very worried about that. But here's something I realized a long time ago. When I read physically or
Mhm.
when I listen, I only retain about 40 to 50% of what I'm hearing, right? That's all I'm retaining anyway. The stuff
Mhm.
that really catches me, right? Like, I remember stuff out of books, but I couldn't tell you where. I'm no Kim Peeks, right? So realizing that, and you kind of have to teach yourself because it gets really annoying. Realizing that, I just let it go. When I'm like, oh, that
Mhm.
was awesome, I don't freak out, stop, and go back. I know my rotation. If I need to go back, I'll go back, but I just let it go, right? You just have to
Nice.
let it play and realize
Hey,
you're only going to get about 30 to 40% anyway.
we've got about 4 minutes before the polls in Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Connecticut, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania closed. Pennsylvania is what we're looking at.
And Pennsylvania is going to be amazing. I mean, North Carolina, we figured we'd go for Kamala Harris. Although I'll tell you what, though, there was a strong inkling that maybe Trump will get a piece of it. I know a lot of guys are, a lot of the wire services are all talking about, North Carolina still a little bit in play, but we'll put it over in the blue category. I mean, as you can see, it's not solid blue. It doesn't look like Vermont, right? I mean, there are shades to this.
Right.
Um,
Joe, we talked about that earlier. The retabulation of the 30,000 absentee ballots in Milwaukee. Oh, I'm sorry, Milwaukee.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff. I mean, and then that guy, and I'll tell you what, I don't believe that story about firebombing drop boxes in Portland, Oregon. I don't believe it. Reliable sources on the View said they're safe and reliable, and that they're monitored. And so I don't believe it. That's fake news. I don't care, and I don't care about the video either. That's ones and zeros as far as I'm concerned.
That's right. So right now, North Carolina, 3.2% of expected votes reported, 62.1% in favor of Harris. So
Yeah,
North Carolina's probably a loss. Virginia,
8%.
For North Carolina, 3.2%.
3%. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
3.2% reported.
I'll tell
Now,
you, I'll tell you what. I don't like the fact that we vote over weeks, man. That is ridiculous. That's absurd. Look, it's a civic duty. If you can't figure out how to get there, you don't get to vote this year.
right.
I mean, I could understand like 2 or 3 days. A 2 or 3 day voting period. Like you have 72 hours to get your vote in.
I think
For
the only
shift
way you should
workers.
be able to do mail-in ballots is if you're a service member overseas,
I
or
remember that. Or you had to apply and have a reason, like a debilitating. You couldn't get to the polls.
right.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they just started opening it up to everybody, right? Because again, like, so here's the machine, right? So okay, now that the Republicans are doing it, and now that we're seeing data come back, right? So why could we not believe any of the polls? Because it's the first time the Republicans pushed for early voting, and no one knows if all those early Republican votes are cannibalizing the Republicans who vote on voting day. So
Yeah.
what do you mean? Like I don't understand that, Lewis. Hey, I get you, man. It took me about 3 days myself, right, to figure this out. What these people are talking about. The Democrat voting machine, right? The harvesting, the all that stuff. They go to the places and the people that don't vote, that don't get up and go. The people that, when they survey the entire neighborhood and the neighborhood's like, what? There's an election? Okay, they're going there. Right?
Right.
Because those people aren't the people that go on election day. The people that go on election day are good. I don't need to talk to them. They go, right? I don't have to spend any money on them. They go. So the harvesting organizations and the if you want to talk about the not curing, right? Curing is different. The harvesting, all these ballot initiatives were geared towards low propensity voters so that they don't cannibalize their voting day totals. So that's what the Democrats have been doing forever. So they have it down, right? They know who they're targeting, right? Which is why in the
Keep
closing
talking. I'm
arguments they
listening.
were talking to two different arguments. Yeah, yeah. Which is why they were talking to two different arguments in their closing arguments. Kamala Harris is pushing towards suburban women because they need to get out and vote. The low propensity voters have already sent their votes in. Early mailing ballots over, right? So they don't need to do that anymore. They don't need to harvest. So that's why she's giving this message to get people out day of. Like, I need day of people, right? And that's why Trump, throughout the whole campaign, has been talking about, hey, mail it in, get it mailed in, you know. But the harvesting was outsourced and third party. So that's what they're looking at to see did they do what they were supposed to do, and are they not cannibalizing the day of vote? So that's what they don't know. But if Republicans copied the Democrat model and got the low propensity voter votes in, then these early voting tallies are indicative of a rout. That is true. That is true. Now, if they cannibalize their vote, you're in for a rout.
Yeah. It's none of us have a crystal ball. It's
No.
impossible to predict.
And I
Yep.
think here's one thing people have to understand too. And this is something, that I think is very important and gets left behind. It's not the last election of our life. Okay? It's not.
Yeah.
All right. We will endure. We will endure. Okay? Certainly things will happen that I don't like if Kamala Harris wins. Certainly if Donald Trump wins, things will happen, a large portion of the population doesn't like. But it won't be the end of the world. And
Yeah.
I would just challenge, listeners to think about this. If one person holding one particular office is a world ender, then maybe that office is the problem. And maybe we ought to look at that and how that office operates.
How
And
dare
I'll
you?
give you the first place to look: executive orders. They used to be for math commissions to examine the number 7. Not to ignore law or create law or make space where space may be, right?
Wow. Do you
Um,
see this?
I do. I do.
But there's 8%.
Yeah,
But there's a lot of illegals in Texas right now.
there are. There'll be lawyers suing everywhere. PA going blue too with early
Yeah.
vote tallies. So again, could be an issue. But we'll watch. We'll be here. We'll look.
Yeah. Again, I did not think that it would be a landslide. I never anticipated that. It was going to be, in my opinion, a battle to the very end.
And these totals change.
Oh yeah.
These totals change. There's less than 10% in.
Oh yeah. It's gonna. I think several of these states we're going to see go back and forth. I think until the final results are in. Looks like
Are you on the
Oklahoma.
Microsoft Interactive map?
I'm on the Axios.com.
Axios, huh?
Yes. Don't be impressed, man. I just picked the first one I came to.
Yeah, I'm looking now at a similar map, but they're not calling Alabama and Massachusetts. I wonder
Interesting.
if DW has an election map. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah. Will says Trump gets the whole SEC.
Yeah, right, right. I always think, how about that? How about the college? How about it's already starting to cannibalize, huh? Likeness, image, and rights, right? Name, likeness, and image, NLI or whatever. I forget what they call it, but name, likeness, and image.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that
Oh
bullshit.
yeah, they've already got college students like signing up for signing like basically signing contracts. Like, yeah, I'll come here and I'll be starting. Like before they even practice. Like, and I will be starting.
Right.
Right? If you want my
Interesting.
name, image, and likeness.
Yeah, that's so wild, man.
Oh, yeah, I know somebody personally who is very high up in the university system, and he said it's absurd. It's absurd. He said these athletes get so much money thrown at them, and not to mention that he said, but they're graduating. If you're in a top tier program, you're generally graduating from a top tier school with a degree and an earning potential that is just out of this world, right?
Wow. Yeah, it's totally fair.
Yeah.
Totally fair. I am let's see.
What are we
I'm
looking at
curious.
here? We got North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania. Let's see what Pennsylvania looks like. I'm gonna look at Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris, 2% in. She's at 72% of the vote. Donald Trump's at 26. So that's probably, look, if the polls are closed right now at 8:05 and that's what you're getting, you're looking at early voting. You're looking at mail-in voting.
Yeah.
Things
This,
they've counted that, weeks ago, but they're not
this
allowed to release the totals.
this particular map that I'm looking at, it's very similar. It's got 3% of the vote reported, with Harris at 71.2% and Trump at
Yeah.
28.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
very close.
that's what we're looking at. Yeah, 2% in.
New
Virginia's
Jersey.
at 24%, and they're tightening up in Virginia, 52-45.
Oh yeah.
North Carolina, 52-47. Ohio, 54-44. I think Ohio, what? 25%?
Interesting. Yeah, I've got this map showing Ohio at 28.4% for Ohio, with Harris in the lead by 53.3%, Trump at 46.1.
Yeah. Yeah. See, they're closing the gaps.
Oh, it's early.
Right now,
It's
if you look at the Electoral College totals, right now, even though she has those states, she's only at 19. The map I'm looking at. Or now she's at 35. I'm sorry, she's at 35 and he's at 95.
Interesting.
And he's already got, as far as popular vote goes, on MSNBC, or not MSNBC, but on Microsoft Bing, we have Donald Trump with 9,500,000, Kamala Harris with 8,100,000.
Wow.
Trump is winning the popular vote so far. But remember, the West Coast hasn't come in yet.
That's right, and neither has New York or the rest of
Right? We
New
know
England.
54 are going to Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah.
So we know she's tied, right? If not in the lead, California. We know California's going that way.
So I'm looking at the Senate results right now.
How's it looking?
Right now, GOP is up with 43 to the
Right?
Democrats 34. So
Right? And then the House, Democrats 16, Republicans 35. I mean, you might see a down ballot
yeah,
vote. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting.
I'm
Oh,
showing
see, yours flipped
GOP.
Texas red. See, mine still has Texas blue.
Oh, we
Oh
did.
no, you're
No, well,
looking
that's
Senate.
just yeah. This is yeah, exactly the
Yeah,
House.
I'm looking at Texas. Okay, Texas is blue because Dallas is in. 60% of Dallas is in. Yeah, everything
Hmm.
around Dallas is reporting in.
Interesting. Yeah. Right now I've got 11.2% reported in on Texas,
Yeah,
and
I clicked the state and took a look, and you got Dallas. Yeah, you know Dallas is going to be blue.
Harris has a 0.5 percentage lead over Trump right now in Texas.
Yeah, it's not going to last.
Well, you better get them
Like
illegals to
like
the
in
poll.
Dallas, I'm looking at the Dallas breakdown, the
Oh,
Dallas county breakdown, the city, and it's like 61% Harris, 38% Trump.
as we're looking, it just changed, and now
Yeah,
Trump is in the lead with 50.1% to Harris 48.6.
yeah,
This
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's fun to
You
look
know
at this
it's not.
stuff, but you have to keep in mind that it's not gospel.
No, no, and it's all and again, if you went to bed at 9 p.m., in 2020, you went to bed mad and woke up happy. That's for
That's
damn
right.
sure. Misspelled blue. I'm sure I did.
So,
I'm sure I misspelled that. I'm sure I misspelled a lot of things. Hey, guys, I never told you guys, but I think I told Andy one time. So spell check. It was when I worked for Carl. So spell check on my computer was broken, and I took it everywhere. Right, I took it everywhere. They couldn't fix it. They reinstalled, reimaged the drive, everything, and the spell check just wouldn't work. Right.
weird.
I know this sounds weird. I know. I know. Um, but there were no more laptops, and so I had to keep it. Right. So you wonder, like, was it on purpose? Like, were they fucking with me? But anyway,
Could be.
pardon my language. But anyway, so I have no spell check. So I bring memos, right? I would bring memos to Carl because he wanted to, nothing goes out of the department without his approval. So I bring memos, and he's like, "Oh, everybody gather around! Betty Snell pre-brought a memo. My favorite time of the day." And he'd get his red pen out. He'd be like, 2 peas and apple. Sincerely has no E at the end. He'd just be shredding it. He'd be like, "Get out of here!"
That's funny.
But
Yeah.
I actually learned, right? This is the craziest thing in the world. But I actually learned through research because it was becoming way more painful than it needed to be. That if you read backwards, it'll help you spell check. So I
Really?
learned to read backwards my documents if I'm not sure if I think I did something wrong, because what I found was in like tips and tricks is that when you read backwards, it doesn't make sense to your brain, so your brain has to look at each word.
That makes sense.
Even though it's relatively quickly, it's not flowing in its normal order, so it doesn't auto correct anything. It just it like has to look like
Yeah.
so. So you're more likely to catch grammatical errors and spelling errors on a document if you read backwards. So if you're in the woods with a pencil, I guess. I don't know.
Which I will be in the woods with a pencil coming up this weekend.
Right? That always cracked me up when people were like, the Russians, we spent $1 million on Joe Penn learning how to write upside down in space, and the Russians just took a pencil. Yeah, because they can't afford to put $1 million in developing a pen that writes in space. Okay,
That's
they
right.
don't have the money for it. All right, okay. You know what I do with money when I don't when I have some and I don't know what to do with it? I do all kinds of wild stuff, man. All kinds of wild stuff.
Dumb shit. I'm
I got a
guilty.
ton of sandwich swords, man, because I thought it'd be funny to like I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to throw it out there, man. So, hey, but you know what? If you elect Kamala Harris, she'll take care of all that extra cash for you.
Oh yeah.
She'll take care of all of it.
You won't have to worry about it at all.
How funny is the projection, Ben? This entire election, right? Oh, they're gonna if Donald Trump gets elected, he's going to put his political enemies in jail. Meanwhile, New York City changed its law just to prosecute Trump. How do I know it was just to prosecute Trump? Because Kathy Hochul has a video out to other businesses saying, "Don't worry, we won't do this to you."
Right. I talked about this a little bit before you came on.
Yeah, it's
It
crazy. I mean,
whatever the Democrats accuse the Republicans of doing, rest assured that's exactly what the Democrats are doing.
yes. Hey, Donald Trump, if he gets elected, he's going to send military people to arrest you. Oh, by the way, we're going to authorize the military to shoot civilians. But that has nothing to do with what he's going to do. What
Right.
he's going to do is terrible.
Right. It's funny too how everybody calls him a fascist, and it's actually they're the fascists. If you don't agree with what they're putting out, their opinion, then you're wrong, and
Right.
you should
Well,
be
going
either
back
jailed or killed.
Right. Well, going back to our abortion conversation, because I don't know if we got to talk to it, but going back to the abortion conversation, right? You have the court, right? The court ruled, right? So the ruling is done. So that's a false campaign promise that you're going to codify Roe. It's a false campaign threat that you're going to ban abortion, right? It's fake. It can't happen, right? Because it belongs in the court. There is one way you can do it, though, right? There is one way you can have a national law, and that's if you pack the court and
Mm,
then get it to reverse its own decision because now it's full of liberals, right?
right.
Now, who now let's say Kamala Harris packs the court and rams all kinds of crazy stuff down, and we're entirely sick of it, and we elect Donald Trump Jr. and he packs the court, and we just reverse all of what you did, right? And then you come in and pack and repack, and pretty soon we have like 150 justices, and we're a banana republic, right? So you pack it once, we're done, right? We're done. At this political stage in our lifetime, that doesn't mean you can't expand the court at a future time when the temperature's lower,
Right.
right? I mean,
That's a
when we
fact.
can talk about it like adults, as to is it wise to bring another one or two justices on, right?
Mhm.
Okay, the Senate. Are they going to remake the Senate, right? By bringing in territories, as states so that they could have senators that they know easily will always be Democratic, right? They will easily always be Democratic. Okay. Do these territories understand what happens when you get statehood? Okay. Statehood ain't free, fella. It ain't free. It ain't free.
You you
And I
know,
don't need a passport to come to your country. And you better respect me when I get there because we're fellow citizens, right, bruh?
yeah, right.
Right,
Y
bruh?
We talked about this earlier, Chris. He says he doesn't understand how North Carolina went blue.
Yeah, Chris, I'm not sure either. We were looking at it, and remember these areas are ravaged by hurricanes. Man, they can't get out to vote, and conservatives traditionally vote on the day. But yeah, I mean, it's insane. How could
But
they? How could they with all the Marines there? And the only thing I can think of, Chris, and you're there, man. The only thing I can think of, Chris, is all those loser Marines who retired and took government jobs. They're afraid Elon Musk is going to come in and clean them out because they know they're freaking worthless. That's why they're voting Democrat. It's all the loser retirees on base,
well,
chewing up time and wasting
li
everybody's time. That's what it is.
listen, there's only 8.3% of the votes reported
I
yet.
don't care. I'm still bitching about the
And
retirees on, but I hate you. I
Harris
hate every one of you who made my life hard because you thought, well, you were a Marine 20 years. Screw you, bud.
Harris is up 52.3%. Trump has, since the last time we discussed it, closed the gap. He's at 46.7. There's only 8.3% of the votes in yet. So
Yeah,
it's coin toss at this point.
yeah, yeah. Look, I mean, it's interesting and fascinating to watch how this unfolds and watch how America looks at it. I mean, here's something that we talk about, right? So what about after? All right, let's run two scenarios here. Let's say Trump wins. I mean, what do you think we're looking at the next 2 months or 3 months until he takes off?
Oh my god, man. It's either way there's going to be mass litigations. It's going to do more to harm this country than it's going to do to heal it. If Trump loses, and I hope he doesn't, but if he does, I just want him to go away. And I hate to say that, but if he goes away, then the Democratic Party, you have no more excuses anymore. Get to work. Evil orange man is bad. Time to get to work. You fucked off for 10 plus years. Get our country back where it needs to be.
Hey, quick update off of the thing, but just to give you guys an update on the popular vote, right? Trump is killing it right now at 8 as of 8, 17 p.m. Trump, according to Bing, is 13 million to 11 million.
Mm,
He is killing it in the popular vote.
mm.
Imagine if he wins the popular vote. I'm going to ask every liberal on Twitter, should we still get rid of the Electoral College?
Right? I did see that comment earlier, by the way.
I hate that. I hate when people say they want to get rid of the Electoral College. It makes absolutely no sense. The Electoral College is there for a reason. It's there on purpose. It makes sense. I mean, like I put on Twitter, okay? You might be mad that 7 or 8 states pick the president right now, but that's because they're swing, right? If they weren't swing, it wouldn't matter. But they're swing. And your state elects the president too, right? Yours
Right.
elects the president too. You forget that, right? Okay. The reason these 7 are critical is because you're solidly in that camp. Okay, so your vote still count. You still need to get out there. Okay, it's not just 8 state. It's 8 states at the end. Okay, but you still have to get to the end. All right, all right. You still have to run the. All right, so you do pick the president. I don't understand why they say they don't matter. But here's the thing: if you do go to a popular vote, to an all popular vote, just again, don't take my word for it. Just go look these things up, right? Just spend 4 hours listening to the news a day yourself, right? but what I'm saying is you will find there's only about 15 to 17 cities that are going to pick the president. All right. Do you trust Philadelphia to pick your I don't trust Philadelphia to run itself.
Right.
Okay. All right. It's chaos in Philadelphia. It's chaos. Do you trust them to pick the president? Do you trust Detroit to pick the president?
I just got a text from a buddy of mine. It's a meme. It says, "Friendly reminder to board up your windows in case the party of love and acceptance doesn't win."
Right? Right? So back to that anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I think like we talked a little bit about it on the show. You had oh god, I can't remember his name. It'll come to me later. Or maybe it won't.
Okay.
Mark Halpern.
Oh,
But you had Mark Halpern talk about on Tucker Carlson. There's going to be some mental health, man.
oh yeah.
There's half the nation that has bought the narrative that Trump is fascist. And
Right.
if he wins, there's half the nation that is going to have to come to the conclusion, or many of those, not all of them,
The
many of
realization.
them are going to come to the conclusion that half the country is evil and is willing to allow fascism, and they're not going to be able to cope well with that.
No.
And there's going to be a lot of mental health issues, and there's going to be some violence.
Well, I mean, let's
And
face it. There already is when you're trying to legitimize a mental health illness within the trans community. I don't whatever they're calling themselves nowadays. Whatever.
I
That's
have a question about that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that you've already established that there's a massive mental health crisis in the country. And instead of getting help that they need, you're feeding into it for obviously nefarious and very selfish reasoning.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all about them. Now, Illinois is let's see, no big surprise here. 1% of the vote in, and Harris is up 58.7. Illinois is a given. It's
Yeah.
going to be a blue state.
Yeah.
No
If you're liberal in
surprises there.
Alabama, your vote doesn't count. If you're conservative in Michigan and Illinois, your vote doesn't count.
Right. And my state,
Okay?
look at this. We've got 0.4%.
Yeah,
of
they
votes
get out of
reported.
control, man. With these prediction maps and these things.
Well, no, I'm just saying, it's Trump leads 73.6%
Yeah.
with 0.4%. Missouri's going to be a red state. We have, we have issues with St. Louis and Kansas City, which bring down the intelligence. No, that's what I meant.
Well, so I've been so as you know, I've been going to the school board asking questions, right? So I want to go to the school board and I want to ask this question, right? Everybody keeps saying at the school board, we need to follow the science and trust the librarians and trust the experts and all these people that
Shit.
don't know anything, right?
Right.
Which if this is your first time listening to me or your first time hearing me say this, I what I've been saying is it's time we stop listening to the experts and go back to listening to our parents and grandparents. They knew what the hell was up.
Right.
Um, these experts are got us all confused, right? Funny. I was listening to right. Talk about a sidetrack. I was listening to Arrested Development. Mr. Will, Mr. Oh man, Mr. Wilson, I think. Um,
Sure.
yeah. It's anyway. It's a rap song about him meeting a bum, like talking to a bum, and he says, and he says the line, "I give him money for new shoes. He gives me wisdom. Black people pay for college, yet they seem to all come out still confused, but not Mr. Wilson."
Interesting.
you know? And I thought that is so, we have forgotten, to talk to the people who've done it. And instead, we're talking to the people who studied it,
Yeah.
you know? Because the people who do it, well, they're not paying attention to how they do it. They don't really know.
It's the same old thing, man. The world of academia is
Yeah.
just that, you know. It,
Right.
it's their own little bubble, and the people that are actually out there doing the day-to-day grind and the job, that those are your subject matter experts.
Right. Well, and I've been thinking, and I've been looking at this, right? I've been thinking about this. How do we use their arguments against them, right? So here's the question I want to ask at the next school board meeting. And I think it'll cause a problem, right? But here's a question I want to ask, right? You know, if we follow the data, right? If we trust the science and follow the data, trust the experts and follow the data, are LGBTQIATP plus identifying children more or less likely to be in a home of abuse?
Mm,
We all know the answer,
yeah,
right?
we
It's
do.
more. It's more. That's not my question. My question is, if it's true that we need to follow the science and trust the expert, and then the one thing they throw in our school district is every child every day. And if it's true, we care for every child every day. Please tell me the name of the program you have verifying children are not in homes of abuse, right? You should have a program. If the data says 80% of LGBTQIA, which it does, come from abusive homes, 80%, then what the hell are you doing to make sure when a kid identifies he's not being abused?
Right.
Okay? What's the name of the program? Tell me now. Does it involve home visits or is it a questionnaire? What do you Oh, you don't have one? What do you mean? Now, it may be politically inconvenient, but are you telling me you're going to allow an identifying child to be abused in his home because you don't want to seem like a tyrant? I thought we were trusting experts. I thought we are following science here. I thought it's every student every day. You better get a program together because statistics say, and the 7 studies I've brought from reputable universities and professionals say, one of these kids is getting abused at home, and you're turning a blind eye because you know just as well as I do, doctor. This isn't new information.
I would like to be a fly on the wall for that.
Well, I think I'll probably get massacred at the end because, again, we're not a nation, and I stole this, right? We're not a nation of laws. We're a nation of political will, and that there is no political will to persecute that
No.
community. And I'm not even saying that's persecution, but I'm saying if it's true, if what you say is true, should you not be checking on the homes of these identifying children? I
How dare
mean,
you? How dare you? Hey, Chris wants to know whether you think Pennsylvania will go red or not.
I do because I have to look at the percentages, but the Amish are coming out voting in force. I mean, people are voting for. I mean, they don't have to cheat again. Um, but I think I mean here's the interesting thing that people don't know about Pennsylvania, and for the life of me, I don't know why Trump didn't talk about it, but he may not know about it either. I know about it because I have a retired foreman in the family, right, of a fracking site,
Hmm.
so I know about it. But there were 2 plants scheduled to be built in Pennsylvania. Would have been thousands of jobs and all kinds of money for the fracking oils, right?
Right.
Um, One was going to be up in the Northeast, and it was going to take the oils and it was going to go into plastics or something, right? They were going to do something with plastics. Down south in the Pittsburgh area, in my region, they were going to build another factory and send the oil down there, and it was going to be used for like gas and oil refinement, right? So again, Biden Harris got elected, and within the first year, those got scuttled. They couldn't compete with the regulation. They couldn't get the permits anymore. Those plants were stopped. So thousands of jobs gone, fracking suspended. I talked to like I said, my retired foreman, and he was just like, "Yeah, man, it's they don't care. They have no idea." But yeah, they
Interesting.
just shut 2 plants down. You look around here; these people don't know. They don't care.
Now, I am surprised at this. Trump won Maryland,
It's possible
or is winning.
Larry Hogan's the senator out there. He's leaving the governorship, going for the Senate. Maryland's a pretty blue state, but they're a pretty weird state. And not a lot of people like Larry Hogan. I don't like Larry Hogan at all. But this is one of the years where the message was, go support Larry Hogan. Go, because you know what? He'll be far better than whatever the hell else is coming, even though he's garbage. You know what Larry Hogan is? Larry Hogan's our Fetterman.
Oh, geez, yeah,
You know,
that's a pretty good analysis there.
Yeah, Larry Hogan's our Fetterman. He says occasionally reasonable shit, and then but his voting record is terrible.
And then he goes and has a
Garbage.
stroke.
Yeah, he's just garbage, right? Which I'll tell you what. I'll be honest, man. In Pennsylvania, you could quote me on this, right? But I'll tell you what, Fetterman is a far superior conservative to anything Mehmet Oz would have been, in my opinion.
Oz is, man, I didn't like that guy at all. See, and that's where I was mentioning earlier. Excuse me, before you came on, that I consider myself really more of an independent.
Yeah.
And so, for example, when I voted today, I didn't go down and mark all Republicans. I did my research on who I thought would be the better person for that job. If it happened to be a Democrat, well, then it was a Democrat. If it was independent, then it was an independent. But there's a point behind that, and I totally forgot what it was.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
Talking about voting, but yeah. So I think. So do I think Pennsylvania go red? I think it will. To answer Chris's question, and then we'll get right back to your point, because I know what you're talking about. I think it will, but I think it'll take time. It has like these counties have to come in, right? I mean, they call. I don't know if you. I'd never heard this before until I moved back here. But they call the middle Pennsyltucky.
Oh yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that.
I'd never heard that, right? Pennsyltucky, and I'm from here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe people are afraid to say it to me. I don't know why. I'm 0-16. I'm 0-16. Let me say that again. I'm 0-16. I wear it like a badge of honor. That's and like right. I used to tell them in the jail when I worked there, oh, don't mess around, because I'm due for a win, whether it's on the mat or in the hallway. They used to think that was funny. Oh, I never got any gruff off of that. They'd be like, really? You 0-16? You went mad? Like, yeah, man. They're like, I guess you are due for a win. But they used to say respect for going back. I got respect in the jail for going back. Every time I would tell a prisoner or an inmate, and or they would hear about it from somebody else and ask me about it, and we would talk, they would say respect, for going back 15 more times. Yeah, man. Well, what are you gonna do?
Right. That's what I was going to say. The point about Fetterman and Oz. I've viewed Oz as a scumbag for decades. Right. He's just he's a scammer. I wouldn't even go to him as a doctor, man. No freaking way. So
right.
Obviously, I didn't have a dog in the fight. I couldn't vote, but I actually was hoping that Fetterman would get picked over him.
I wasn't, man. I wasn't convinced because of his wife. His wife is just a supreme radical, and somehow she's been sidelined. I haven't seen her at all. Haven't heard from her at all. And they said she's the one. She's the radical. But it's like this. It's so funny, man. It's like this guy had a stroke, his brain reset, and he's conservative. Like supports Israel against them. Unfettered, illegal immigration. And I've been to Baldwin. I ran a clinic in Baldwin. I used to go visit it, right where he's from. It's a dump. It's a dump where he's from. I don't know what he did there. But we have security at the clinic there.
Wow.
You can't even
Maybe
park
he
your car there. I mean, look, it's not. I don't know what he did there. But it's not a good neighborhood.
maybe he his wife and Joe Biden are hanging out together in the basement.
It's possible. It's possible.
I don't know. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Virginia. Wait a minute. Look at that. See? This is
Yeah,
exactly what we
Virginia.
were
Look,
talking about.
Virginia was a toss-up. Virginia's in the toss-up category for the Blaze and the Daily Wire, I believe. As they're
It's
talking about them, mixing around. I haven't had a chance to listen to what they're doing at the round table because we've been in here talking a lot. But I look over every now and then, and it's so funny because I catch the closed captioning. But closed captioning is always behind. So,
right.
like,
It's
so it's
really
really
close,
hard to
man.
follow.
It's really close right now. It's 49.6 to for Trump to 48.8 with
I think
37.
yeah, yeah. I
What's
think
that?
you're looking at a blowout.
Well, I don't think so, man. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be close because it's only 37% of the vote in. It could go back and forth several more times.
Let me give you another update. Popular vote again. 17 million. Harris, 15.
Oh, wow.
He is continuing to maintain an over 2 million vote lead in the popular vote.
That's crazy, man. A lot of silent Trump supporters out there.
I think a lot of silent Democrats. I think Trump, one thing they talked about in the polling throughout the entire election cycle that I thought was interesting, and when it would come up every time, the Blaze would comment on it, the Daily Wire would comment on it, everybody would comment on how his numbers are steady. He doesn't go above 48. He doesn't go below 43.
Very interesting.
He's very locked in. She's the one going up and down.
Yeah.
He's steady. He has
Consistently.
a very steady stream of support that does not go below 43. So
No.
all he can do is gain, is what they say.
So am I looking at this correctly? If 0% of expected votes are reported, then they're calling it for Trump with
I
regards to
think they're
Arkansas.
calling Arkansas for Trump because of. Oh, okay. So this was very interesting. Yeah, Bill O'Reilly, he's in my rotation too. He talked to oh God, now I can't remember his name. It'll come to John something. Very famous pollster
John
who
Cena?
but he's working for Trump right now, and he's been doing all of his internal polling, and he doesn't reveal any of it. He doesn't, but he tries to answer his questions the best he can.
Mhm.
When O'Reilly asks him, and he's had him on like every other night almost talking to him about the polling. And he'll say things like, "Well, we're seeing that," or "Our numbers reflect that," or "Well, I can't really get into that."
Huh.
But he has maintained that he feels very confident that Trump will win. But he is not sure if it will be a blowout. But he has remained very confident. And he has also stated a couple of times in the O'Reilly's no spin news. He's also stated a couple of times that Kamala Harris's polling is not good. He said, and that is why you're seeing the campaign doing certain things that it wouldn't do. Right? That's why it begged Shannon Sharp. Right? Joe Rogan.
I'm glad you brought that up
Yeah,
because
that's why they did Shannon Sharp, to get Shannon Sharp, because he was the only one who would shill for them.
right.
Right? Um, and that's why they had different closing arguments. But again, that's the thing. She's fluctuating up and down. He's remaining very, very steady, very, very competent. And so what he's saying is that her internal polling is showing that she's not doing very well, and that they're not getting the people that they thought that they would get. Whereas he says in Trump's camp, all they can do is gain, because they never in 9 years have gone below 43%. And he
What
says,
I'm
"Oh, go
getting
ahead."
out of what you're saying is that unless you're on friggin' Diddy's list, you ain't gonna be out there supporting Harris. That's kind of what I'm getting.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he's saying, she definitely has support, but it's not. It's all manufactured. He said it's all manufactured. He said, here's the thing, right? This is like he's another one who's saying you can't buy these polls, right? Like everybody's within a you know
plus or
a
minus.
point or whatever, right? And his thing, and he doesn't reveal his numbers. He doesn't reveal his numbers, but he's saying, yeah, it's close. It's whatever. It's this. It's that. He hasn't revealed that there's a blowout, but or anything like that. But what he has said is internal polling is far superior to public polling because this affects decisions. Like
Did you
this
say far superior?
far superior.
Okay, that's what the okay.
Internal polling. He said because internal polling is paid for by the campaign and it is to shape messaging. He said so they don't want to be lied to. He said they want to know. He's like, so, um, but he hasn't said that together with the comment, we're feeling comfortable. But he's repeatedly said internal polling is far more accurate. And he's repeatedly said, I feel comfortable.
Okay.
I got to remember his name, John
It's
something. Oh, man. When I
it's
say it, you'll
hard
be like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking.
it's hard to get a warm fuzzy out of that though.
I don't know, man. I mean, you see a lot of red on the map.
And the
There's more to
only
come in, but there's also more red to come in, right? Utah is going to be red.
the reason I
Colorado will
say
go
that.
blue.
Oh, now look at Arkansas. Arkansas is now flipped.
Yeah, they're looking at Montana. Well, Kerry Lake is terrible.
No argument.
Or Arizona. That's Arizona. But they say Kerry Lake. They're doing the same guy that did polling for Trump, but talked to O'Reilly today and said he did polling for Kerry Lake too, and a couple other Senate candidates, and they're looking good at the down ballot. He predicts 54 to 58 senators.
I am kind of surprised. I mean, isn't Huckabee the governor? Sarah Huckabee the governor of Arkansas?
Yeah, she is. But some people split their ticket. Like they're talking about the split ticket in New Hampshire. That's what we were supposed to look for in New Hampshire was a split ticket. Let me click that and look at their Senate.
Well, let's see.
Oh, they're not run. They don't have one.
New Hampshire. My thing ain't working.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
This is going to be interesting. The House and Senate race.
Yeah, see, look, they're New Hampshire's splitting their ballot. Totally splitting their ballot. They're gonna elect Republican senator and a Democrat president. That's very rare, but they said that's what's happening this year.
Wow.
So people are doing it, right? So you're looking at I'm looking at the map right now, New Hampshire. 7% of the vote in. David Rocheford is at 53%, and Rusty Talbot's at 46.
So
and all of well, not all of, but Susan. Well, actually, they're going to send Susan Prentice to the other Senate seat. So it's like they're going to have a lib and Republican senator out here.
I'm looking at the the vote, at least according to the site I'm on right now. Trump's at 19 million to her 16 million.
Yes.
He's got 101.
But don't get excited about that though. California's got a hell of California's going to push her over the popular vote. They need like without California, no Democrat goes in office ever.
Right.
So California will put her over. Well, in fact, hold on. Let's take a look at that real quick. We should ask Grok.
Yeah, ask Grok.
Have you played with the population of California? California. I love watching Zorro movies because it all takes place in California.
And now see Arkansas is back to red. That is so crazy, man. So crazy. It's going to be like
population of California.
I gotta
38
take the dog
million.
out.
38 million people live in California.
I gotta take the dog out.
38 million. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I don't think you heard me. BRB.
I heard you. You said you'll take the dog out.
What?
All right. Yeah. 38 million people living in California. That's crazy. And it looks like it's almost up to 39. So yeah, I mean, so even though he's sitting here in the popular vote, I mean, she'll get a couple million off of California. Colorado, that's going to be a lot of people for Kamala. And I've talked to people. Here's the funny thing. I've noticed about Coloradans. Just different people. Everybody I've known that's born and raised, right? Not transplants, but people I met that were born and raised in Colorado, man. They just this conservative attitude, this conservative values, but they're like, oh no, 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 we vote Democrat, man. No, there's no way. That's almost virtually everybody I've met from Colorado, right? Just and you're wondering, you're like, how? I don't understand. I don't get it. What do you mean you have, all of these conservative values, and yet at the same time, you just refuse to vote for conservatives. I mean, they just keep putting, people in place, like the governor and all these other people in place that allow, the sanctuary cities and all the other things that are happening in Colorado. But Colorado's another beautiful state. I mean, a beautiful state. Landscaping, I mean, skiing, just amazing place to be. And they ruin it, right? And they ruin it. They just wreck it, right? I mean, it's funniest thing. I was talking to Paul the one day, and he told me he's talking to a guy, and some lady walks by, and like some Hope and Change t-shirt. It was like an old t-shirt. It wasn't even current, right? And the dude he was talking to just looked at me. You're ruining the country, lady. Okay, sweetheart, you're ruining the country.
Ruining the country.
So it was just funny, man.
They're eating the pets.
But yeah, I mean, Colorado again, like I said, it's just amazing. Everybody's saying, Andy, when you left, like everybody I met from Colorado, it's amazing, like conservative values, great dudes, and you're like, you're gonna vote, for, Trump or whatever, or whoever the conservatives at the time. No. Just like liberal voters with conservative values, and I was like, I don't understand Colorado. Like, I just don't understand it.
I don't understand. I don't know, man. Sometimes I used to like to think that I was pretty worldly and I had a good grasp on things, but man, lately I just don't understand a lot of this shit. I don't understand the logic.
No.
No. What are you gonna do,
crazy.
man? Crazy.
So Andy and I watched Am I a Racist over the weekend.
Hilarious.
My God. Tell me. So my take again, and I'll say it again to kick it off, and then I'd love to hear your take, and then we'll get back to election nonsense. But my take again, when I went into that movie, right, was, no way.
Yeah.
No way. And then, yeah, way every time.
It was mind-boggling. I mean, it was frustrating, but hilarious at the same time. If that makes sense. I just and like we talked about, I get the fact that, they I almost guarantee purposefully picked out those individuals for sure, 100%, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily represent the entire population, but it represents way more than it should for that craziness.
Oh yeah.
My God.
He had the chart. To me, the funniest thing is the chart, right? How racist are you? It's George Floyd, right? Like green to red, right? So if it's green to red,
Right.
it's George Floyd, Rachel Dolezal. Trump starts getting into the red, and then a Klansman.
Wasn't there? I thought there was something else in there too. Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. That's right. It was Lincoln was in the middle.
Right.
Was in the middle. He was neither racist nor not. But
yeah,
the funny thing is, and what he never gets an answer to, if you notice in the whole movie, is and I went to see it with another friend of mine, and he'll text me every now and then. I'm out doing the work. What is the work?
Nice.
I want to do the work. No one knew what the work was, right? But everybody kept saying you have to do the work, and that's why at the end he's like, "What a grift!" Like these people don't even know, like what a grift.
So look at Maine now. Maine, 0.1% of the expected votes reported, and Trump's killing
Maine,
it.
the potato harvest. You ever been a sailor from Maine and learn about the potato harvest?
Dude, I was born in Maine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was born in Portland, Maine. My dad was in the Coast Guard. I was maybe there for 4 months of my life until they transferred out. But
Oh, now I know why I never knew that.
yeah, it's I don't claim it. It's I have been there a couple times. It's beautiful country,
Oh
man.
yeah, that's like my daughter saying, I'm from Boston.
Boston.
So Maine. So I meet this sailor, and I'll have to tell you, remind me, because a very private story that I've
Ah,
told you that I cannot tell on the air, that we've
okay.
laughed our asses off.
Okay.
Right, this dude's a part of.
Oh, Jesus.
So so I meet this dude, and he's from Maine, and he's telling me about this potato harvest, and I've never heard of this, never. And I talk to people all the time, and if you're from Maine, you're like, oh yeah. Everyone else is like, what?
I
So
have no clue.
so up in Maine, they have a giant potato harvest, and everyone gets out of school and work. And they
Oh,
go and
okay.
they work and help harvest the fields for 1 month. And you get paid. And it's part of school. So
I've
you
known
just
some states that are like that, but
yeah, you
with
just
different.
leave, go harvest the potatoes, get paid, and then you go back to school. He's like, and everybody does it. And I said, get this, are you serious? And he was like, yeah. When you get to like 7th or 8th grade or something, that's when you can start, and $300. And he's like, as a kid in school, $300.
Hell yeah.
It's awesome. He's like, so
300
yeah,
bucks is a lot to me right now. Shit.
we pick potatoes. He's like, yeah, we pick potatoes for a month and you go back to school. I was like, no, shut up. Every year? He's like, yeah, every year. Potato harvest.
Bizarre.
You don't know?
Bizarre.
I'm like, no. But then that reminds me of my other story, right? Which my cousin, I found out, had a similar experience as me, right? I joined the Navy in November, and what like why are we training on hunting season? That's a federal holiday,
Yeah, that's right.
right? The
Yeah, I
start of
remember
hunting
you telling me
season. Like
that
I thought that
story.
was a day off. Like I'm in boot camp. Like we're off today, right? Like like what are you talking about, man? So apparently that's only in Pennsylvania. But yeah, in Pennsylvania, public schools are off on hunting season, the start of hunting season. So I thought I'm off, right?
That's funny. That that's part of that cultural adjustment when you first come in, you know?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I should have been like a Sikh and sued to wear my hat, but I didn't think of it.
Right. You know, I'm gonna kind of drift off topic a little bit here and talk about getting that clip software or whatever you want to call it. So making the clips out of our shows. Um, I went ahead and I shut down the audio only version. Uh, we just weren't getting any traction whatsoever, man. You know, at best, a good month would we get 5 downloads in a month. So I decided I'm not going to waste the money on that any longer. So switch that over to this other service, and I'm hoping we can. You know, I mentioned this earlier on in the podcast before you got here that we don't promote the show. You know, we do it because we enjoy it, but maybe it'll help us get a little more traction. And I would like to see us get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. You know, and
That would be awesome.
I'll be very transparent with that because once you get to 1,000, then you get you basically can get monetized, right? And if we can get a little bit of money out of this, maybe just cover the overhead, that would be fantastic because it's coming out of our pockets.
Yep.
So,
But we
um,
enjoy it.
yeah, no,
We
no,
enjoy it. And
yeah,
we love doing
not
it.
for
Not here
sure.
for the money. You don't ever have to worry about somebody sponsoring us and telling us not to say X or Y. Not here
That's a
for that.
fact.
But also, we're not the kind of people that say X or Y. I don't really have off the wall views.
Right.
I don't really have crazy hot takes, man. I'm pretty normal, like everyone else. I just love. I would say I love a lot of. I'm interested in a lot more things than people, right? I mean, I only remember the things I'm interested in, just like everyone else, right? It's a lot of things interest me. I find interest in a lot of stuff that people don't. I don't know.
Well, buddy, I really appreciate that, but that's not necessary, man. I'll tell you offline later.
Yeah.
Um, seriously, it's we'll talk later.
Yeah, man.
But to answer your question, we're basically on everything except, and actually we're on iTunes as well, but
Yeah.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, a bunch of them. But we're just there's no traction there. At this point, it just amazed we'll be flushing that money down the toilet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll
That's why
put
I
it to
say,
better use.
we're here to, we're here to put the information out, have some fun, talk to some people, learn some
Yeah.
things, and interact too. And I love talking to you guys too. I love when you put stuff in the chat. Uh, that cracks me up every time, man. Like we have some good back and forth, man, with some good people here. And
Oh,
the other thing too is, don't forget, every evening, and I know a lot of times we do pinups for vets, but every regular show we have a lot of charities out there, that are helping veterans, go back, have a listen, have a laugh, and check out the end, and you'll hear about a charity worth checking out. We look at all these charities. We know people from these charities in a lot of cases. In a lot of cases, we've personally worked with these charities. So, check those out. And we're going to continue to do that. Um,
definitely.
yep.
The Will, to answer your question, obviously Facebook, but we're also on YouTube, we're on Kick, Twitch, X, and Rumble right now. So those are the platforms that we stream to live.
Yeah.
I hope that answered your question. And if it
Are
didn't,
we doing Twitter?
yeah,
Or
X.
we said X. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always forget the name change. That's the only
Oh,
social media I have. I had to quit all social media when I went to work at the jail because I didn't want to. I don't know. For some reason, I was like, oh, they'll see
you,
baby pictures of my kid.
it's funny. I have all these social media platforms, but the only time I'm ever on them is for the podcast.
Right?
I got on earlier. I had to reconfigure the code and whatnot, and I got onto Facebook, and I had like all these messages that I haven't seen, and for I don't know how long, and all these likes or whatever. I'm like, well, sorry, but X gonna give it to you.
Yeah. Right. I hope.
Will you? I'm gonna send you a link later.
Oh, we broadcast on a Discord too.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Sure
I
do.
forgot about that. In
I
fact,
did
let me
too.
open that.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, Will, I'll send you a link to. I definitely want to get you on the show for a multitude of reasons. So, um,
Absolutely.
while Lou's looking up what he's got to look up, as soon as he's done, I will get on and I'll send you that link. Oh shit, I might even be able to do it from here. But look here's what I was talking about earlier. Now Missouri is now flipped back to blue, um, but again, there's only, let's see, 5.7% of the vote in.
That's it.
That's it.
You Missourians better get active.
Well, I went and voted, by God. So popular vote now is 21,000, or I'm sorry, 21 million, 21.2 to 17.9 for Harris.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at it now. I'm trying to get my Windows set up to where I can monitor both. Look at the projection map and see the Discord with the popular. Yeah, I got it now. Okay, yeah, I got 21 to 18. Is that what you have?
I've got 21 to, what does it say? Shit, I left the screen. 21 to 18, yeah. Yeah, it was
21 to
just at
18.
17.9. It's continuing to go up. I mean, Trump was at 21.2.
Yeah, I've
Now
got
he's at
21.4. I've got 21.4 on MSN.com.
this
I got
is
21.4, and I got 18, almost even.
21.5 and 18.1.
Yeah, yeah. See, I have 1860, 1806. Yeah, now I got 18.1. Now I got 21.5. Yep.
Hell yeah.
See, I
So
think
it's
I
just
think your map is. Here's what I've noticed: the difference between the map you're looking at and the map I'm looking at. Because we're
uh
not sharing, so the audience can't see. But just tell you what the difference is. It looks like my map's a little more conservative. My map's holding off.
oh, okay.
Like things are popping on yours, and then a little while later it pops on mine. With like,
Hmm.
so like I think you're popping at like if I were to give an example, I think you're popping at 1%. We're popping at 1.5.
That's
And then you're
fair.
popping at 2, and I'm popping at 2.5. That's why we're so close in number, just a little off.
Yeah.
Because I think we're within minutes of each other. But what I like about it is different assessments because our maps look different.
Mhm.
Certainly do. Now they look a little bit the same. Uh, but as things start popping, they look different.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. Now, I don't know how long you were planning on staying on till tonight, Lou, but I've got a hard drop dead time of 2200, 10 o'clock, because I gotta go pick up Connie and Issa at the airport.
Whatever you need to do, man. Hey, we're live on Twitter. Where are we live on Twitter?
We're on Twitter, we're on Kick,
Kick,
Twitch,
YouTube.
YouTube,
Because for some reason
Facebook.
we're not broadcasting on the Discord, but our videos go up, but we're not
Huh.
broadcasting live on the Discord. So one of the guys asked, so I'm putting it right now.
We'll have to figure that out. Hey, what's going on over there?
But we do broadcast on the Discord. We absolutely drop videos on it because I can see our show from Friday.
We'll have to put up we'll have to put up some of those clips up there
Yeah,
too.
I'll give you a little quick. Let me give you a little screen share.
Yeah.
I'll give you a little screen share so you can see what the Discord looks like because he's never seen it. And if any of you have never seen the Discord, I'll show you.
Go ahead.
Actually, there it is. And there's your Discord. This is what it looks like.
Wait, where'd it go?
I took it down.
I didn't even get to see it.
Oh, I'll pull it up again. It has a lot of language on it.
Oh, well, all right. As long
I
as you don't
forgot.
pull it out.
I forgot they have they have categories like big ass guns that they like to put pictures in. Like this
That's
is the
all right.
mill. So we broadcast. So if anybody doesn't know, we broadcast to what's called a mill sim. Oh, please, Andy, put your map back up. Yours is good news. But we broadcast to a mill sim that I'm a member of. Like I said, I'm a big nerdy gamer. I didn't even know these things exist, but there are actually people who like want to play military and like be yelled at. I guess, and not get paid. I don't know about any of that, but apparently they do, and they line up, man. They jump in. I get
Hmm.
on there and it's a shooting game, it's a military game, it's a one-to-one aspect. I was playing a lot of Call of Duty, and the truth is, and I know nobody wants to hear this crap, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The truth is, I got tired of Call of Duty. I get tired of them sliding and jumping around. I'm like, this is so unreal. Like, meanwhile, yeah, I'm like some radical sniper from 1,000 yards out with this. Like, and I'm like, this is unreal, right? But I got tired of that. And then somebody told me about this game, Arma Reforger. And so I was checking out Arma Reforger. It's a one-to-one Canadian military, and actually our army has put money into this to do training. I didn't know that, but I looked it up. It's true. The
Hmm.
military, the DoD gave them money to help develop because it acts as a one-to-one military simulation. Like the
Ah.
vehicles are legit. Everything's legit. I mean, look, I've been playing in this game for like a year now, and
Mhm.
I've been in there long enough to hear people take breaks. Like it's getting a little too real for me. Right? Like I'm gonna take a
Oh, wow,
break.
really?
I'm just gonna step away. Guys. So the guys that have been around, we've actually built a little bit of a veteran community. Where we get in and talk and hang out. And Andy, you'll see when the Xbox Gold, we built this veteran community in there. And I was on there the other night, and we didn't even shoot anything. They know how to program it, so they made like a campfire and like little chairs, and we were just sitting around shooting shit,
That's
um,
cool.
laughing and telling stories of deployments and stuff. It was pretty neat, pretty nerdy. But anyway, it's a one-to-one mill sim. It's pretty cool. And they have a Discord and they have a chat, and so like people, for the civilians, like a lot of the military guys will drop pictures in there for them to look at, and then there's a lot of first responders who will drop pictures in there like fires and different like equipment and stuff. And anyway, it's a pretty cool thing, pretty neat community. It's something I never would have even thought was a space,
Right. I
but yeah,
never
it's
would've.
there and it's a community and it's just interesting. It's interesting.
So, what I hear you saying is it's interesting.
It's interesting.
Fair enough. So, I just remembered what I was gonna bring up, I don't know, about an hour ago, and I totally forgot. But I was, I used to get on the Drudge Report quite a bit.
Yes.
It seemed like a pretty reliable source, but
Yes.
over the last year, maybe year and a half, it's man, it has gone far left.
Megyn Kelly was talking about this Monday. Megyn Kelly was
Really?
talking about it Monday yesterday. So yeah, it would be yesterday.
Huh.
With her guest, I forget who, and they were talking about Breitbart used to be the editor there, right?
Right.
And they died in so Breitbart and Drudge were good friends and so I've heard two things. Um on Megyn Kelly, they couldn't confirm whether he had sold it or not. They weren't sure. And they said the last time the guest said the last time he saw him was at Breitbart's funeral. And he said they hadn't seen him in years. And he came to hadn't been seen at all. Like people say, like no one's seen him. He shows up at Breitbart's funeral and they're gonna launch the website, right? Breitbart's new website. He died right before the website. If you remember. I mean, I forgot about this, but when I heard it, I
Vaguely.
was like, oh yeah, I remember, right? I mean, I vaguely remember Andrew Breitbart giving interviews and stuff. I could pick him out of a lineup for sure. Which is why I always thought the heart attack. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
Suspect, huh?
he to quote another one of my favorite talk show hosts, he was smashing shibboleths for sure. uh, but yeah, you're right. Well, Drudge used to be the source. So Megyn Kelly and them said they couldn't confirm if he still owns it or not, right?
Hmm.
Okay. Second thing I heard from somebody different in a different interview was Matt Drudge. To finish out though, they said when he showed up to Breitbart's funeral, they said he showed up jacked. Like jacked.
Really?
Like the dude said he was big. Like it wasn't the dumpy Matt Drudge. Like no one had seen him in years, and he
Like
showed up
roided?
jacked. He didn't say roided. He said he looked like he'd been in the gym. He looked good. And he asked, like, what are you
Gay?
guys gonna do with the website? And we said we were gonna keep it going. And he said, oh, that's crazy, man, because when I'm done, Drudge is done.
Huh.
Like I'm not like when I'm done, it's over. Right? Like it's mine, So
Interesting.
he said, so I think Drudge is still there. But he said, I don't think he's active on it anymore because it doesn't look like him. Now the second theory I heard was Drudge is there. And you guys have it all twisted. Drudge is loyal to the Drudge Report. And the Drudge Report gets hits when it's anti who's in office.
That's
So
very
this
true.
has nothing to do with liking or disliking Trump. This has to do with the Drudge Report keeping a billion hits a year. And,
It's always
negative
about the
Trump
money.
keeps the hits. And so they said Drudge is loyal to the Drudge Report. He's not loyal to you. He's not loyal to the story. He's not loyal to me. Because what Megyn Kelly and them were talking about is how he painted a palette, and no one can paint the palette like he did.
Mm,
Like he
that's
took the
true.
headlines and changed it and had the columns in a way that they said no one could do like him. And they said you can tell it doesn't have that flavor anymore, or it's different. And that's what they were saying was,
Very
well,
different.
he paints the palette now to smash Trump because that's what gets the clicks.
It's night and day difference, man.
Yeah. I don't know what to believe, man. I don't know if he sold it or isn't involved in it as much anymore, or if he's loyal to, the clicks.
Yeah.
It's not it's the clicks. It's I don't know.
Who's to say?
They said
Who's to
nobody's,
say?
but the guy on Megyn Kelly that said he hadn't seen him since Breitbart said he hadn't seen him since, and says no one has. No one sees this guy.
But I bring that up though to say that I still will go over there and look at the site because I
Yes.
want to see what they're saying.
Yes.
I want to see the twist. I want to see the slants and the straight up sometimes lies.
Yes.
But you can always tell though when Trump was having a good day or a good week, there wasn't much on the Drudge Report at all.
Well, they were talking about the 2016 election, right? The difference in the Drudge Report on Megyn Kelly. They were talking about the 2016 election, how they called Matt Drudge. They were like, "Hey, are we about to get blown out?" And he was like, "No, relax. You'll see. Relax." Like they called him because he knew what was, he was so in the mix.
So in the know, yeah.
They called him, John. Yeah, and he put their fears at ease and said, "Just relax and watch it come in." But again, people say they haven't seen him. They don't know where he is.
Yeah.
So that's 2 reports that I've heard on Matt Drudge. So best news website I ever saw was 180.com, and they shut that thing down quick.
Hmm.
180.com was awesome, and it was up for about 2 years. And what you used to do is you would pull it up, and it was just like the Drudge Report, except there was a big button in the right, and whatever color it was whatever headlines you were seeing, right? So if it was blue, you were seeing the Democrat headline.
Oh.
Click the button, same story from the Republican sources.
Hmm.
So you could see in real time the BS,
Wow.
the spin, right?
No wonder they took it down.
Oh, it was gone immediately. Gone immediately. If you go to it, I don't know. Let me see. Let me try to go right now. 180.com. It used to say under construction, we'll be back soon. It's been like that for years.
The other source that I am almost ashamed to admit that I go to, believe it or not, is Al Jazeera.
I don't know why you'd be ashamed. It's a different
They are nowhere near as biased as any of the media outlets in America.
well, it's a different
It's a
country.
different
There's no
look.
skin in the
Yeah,
game. They don't care.
right. And that's why I find that you get a lot of times you'll get more of the truth from that than you will from any of our sources. That
Yeah.
and believe it or not, I think it's Sky News. Is it Sky News maybe? Australian network. They're decent. Although lately I will say I've noticed they are definitely more conservative than liberal.
Well, Rupert Murdoch owns them.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, he owns Sky News and Fox, and but he might have sold it. Or I don't know. The kids might. I don't know. His kids are terrible. You know, he tried to cut them out of the will to give it to the others suing right now. You got to look at this.
Jeez.
Crazy. What's going on with Rupert Murdoch? It's crazy. So, apparently he's got like liberal kids, right? And he knows they're just going to destroy Fox News and everything he owns, right? So what he's trying to do is like cut them out of the will and get this like third kid from like a fourth mother. Right? I don't know how like it's like a weird, it's his kid, but it's I don't know, it's like the third wife or something. I don't know, whatever. But he's conservative, and so he's basically trying to cut them all out and give it to him. But it's all been written out, and they're like suing, and so like it's the weirdest thing in the world.
How can
But
you
he is
sue to
trying to
get
preserve the
something?
legacy.
How can you sue something to it's not even yours to get?
I don't know, man. It's insane. It's like so I know powerful lawyers, right? And I talk to them all the time, about nonsense, and I throw stuff out, and I'll tell you what they say. Anyone can sue anyone for anything. It's just
Oh,
how
that's
we
for
are.
sure.
It's just how
That's
we are, man. And which is funny because I heard somebody again another one of my favorite talk show hosts I quote a lot, Steve, right? Was saying um oh God, see now I forgot, right? Because I was so concerned about making sure I gave him credit for saying it. I forgot what the hell he says. I mean, he says a lot of good stuff. Oh, he's talking about playing games, right? He's like, like these people don't even play the same game. He's like, you're trying to, a lot of times, and I remember hearing this about the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Like you're applying Western eyes to a Middle Eastern country here, my friend.
That's very true.
Right? It's never going to make sense if that's how you look at it.
It's very
right?
true.
And he used to say all the time, like, well, you're, and I'm bastardizing it, right? But you're looking at it with conservative eyes, my friend. That's not
Yeah.
how they play the game. They don't
Yeah.
play it that way. They just do it and dare the courts to stop them. They dare you to sue.
Exactly.
I'll do it and I'll dare you to sue. Right? Like
So
NBC gave Kamala Harris time on Saturday Night Live.
Yep.
Right? Have you heard this story?
Oh, yeah.
Big story, right? So they had to give Trump time back.
Huge story. Huge.
Right? So they had to give Trump time back. Why would they do that? Because they didn't think that anybody would say anything. They did it and dared you to say something.
Yep.
Right? I dare you to say something. And so we said something and they were like, okay. But do you think they learned? Nah, they're just going to do it again and dare you again. Say something again.
Oh, they did learn. They absolutely learned. They learned that maybe one time out of 10, we're going to get called out on something.
Right? Right?
So
right?
Keep the press on.
Yeah, just keep going. Who cares? Dare them. Right? By the Supreme Court, you can't forgive student loans. Okay, I'll do it to these guys then instead. I'll do it to the doctorates instead.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Whatever. I don't care.
Going back to the litigation and whatnot. I think I told you. I know I told you that I had a half brother. Um,
Yes,
that was just a large piece of shit.
you said.
And so he consistently, over decades, would try to scam my dad out of his money. Right. So my dad was going to write him completely out of the will. Didn't want him to have shit. His lawyer told him, no, what you need to do is you need to leave him very specifically in his will $1 and $1 over only, because that will show the probate court that it was very intentional that you are to get nothing. And so it worked.
Yeah.
But how fucking crazy is that, man? They always say, I hate this saying. They said that blood is thicker than water, right? Well, my response to that is, well, number one, blood clots.
Yeah.
You know, water doesn't.
Right?
Water may freeze, but it will unfreeze. That clot's not unclotting. You can put a clot buster in there, but that's not the same thing. But I don't understand. It's pretty pathetic that, and I've fallen in this category on certain instances, that I have friends that are way closer to me than blood relatives. It's just weird, man. Why the person, but especially the person that raised you, you're going to go out and try to take everything he worked for his whole life, and you don't deserve shit. Wow, man, that map just jumped. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Pennsylvania, man. It doesn't look like Pennsylvania is going to go for Trump.
No, it doesn't look like it.
No, not at all.
I mean, there's only
Philly,
20%.
yeah, I mean, it's 20% in. I mean, all the blue counties are in, that are going to be in. You know what I mean? I mean, you could pretty much guarantee Allegheny isn't switching.
Mhm.
Allegheny County is going to stay blue. I'm looking at the counties. Montgomery County will stay blue. Lackawanna County was blue. I can't believe that. That's
Like a what?
that's where I was born, Lackawanna County, but it's 55-43, 64 in. Yeah, yeah.
Like a nookie?
I guess Luzerne.
Wow.
All the poor
Missouri.
sections. What's up?
I'm really surprised with Missouri. Granted, there's only 13.5% of the vote in, but Harris is up quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Kansas, I'm surprised at too.
Is Kansas looking
Well, Kansas right now is 36% of the vote in. Harris is up 51.5% to 47%. Oh,
yeah.
46.8.
That's all right. There's
Um,
only 6 at stake there.
Colorado, it's got 10. Yeah, Trump's not going to win Colorado.
No, he never
Didn't
will.
expect him to.
No, that's what I'm saying. Colorado's insane. Those people are insane. I wish he had Pennsylvania though. I can't believe Pennsylvania isn't breaking for him. That's a shame. That's a shame, especially after Harris dished Shapiro.
Oh yeah, I'm very surprised.
I can't believe Pennsylvania is going to break for Harris. That's crazy. I mean, but it's only 20% in.
It's
I
true.
mean, it's only 20% in, and you have to figure that's it for That's I mean, how many? Where's the early voting? I mean, they didn't start counting early voting.
Yeah, I don't know.
How many people
Trump has
early
won.
voted in PA?
This is saying Trump has won 17 states and he's leading in 8. Harris has won 9 and she's leading in 6. But those states that are still left to be called
54 electorates in California.
I know, it's so ridiculous, man. So ridiculous.
54.
It's gonna be fucking down to the wire.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
54, that's huge, man. I mean, right
you
now,
believe? Look at Minnesota. Look at Minnesota.
Minnesota. Wow.
Isn't that where what's his nuts is from?
Yeah. That I'm very surprised about that. But hey, don't get too excited, man. It's only 0.1% of the vote.
Yeah, in Wisconsin at 2%. Wisconsin's gonna go.
Wisconsin.
Yeah. That's up in there.
Wisconsin.
That's up in that area.
Yep. I,
Michigan, 10% in. Trump is closing the gap. Well, not really, but yeah, we'll see. New Hampshire. New
actually
Hampshire's
he is closing the gap.
still 10 in there. Yeah.
I hate
Virginia.
to,
I can't believe Virginia. He's still up in Virginia.
that
That's big.
surprises
He
me.
needs Virginia. If
Did
he loses Pennsylvania, he needs Virginia.
did you look at
I
North
mean, that's a
Carolina?
huge. That's Virginia's another 13 electoral votes.
You
Fox
look at
gave
North,
Ohio to Trump. Fox calls early. Fox calls early. I don't know.
they do. They do.
That's why I like the paywall stuff.
Look at North Carolina.
No, North Cackalack, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Well, there you go. Because again, that show up on the voting day.
There you have it.
Um,
Georgia.
John, I still can't remember that. John
Well, I'll tell you what,
McLaughlin
oh, okay.
from the McLaughlin polling group. He's talking to John McLaughlin.
The McLaughlin report.
Well, yeah, and he does polling too. So, hey, I am gonna take a bathroom break.
All right. Well, when you get back, I'm gonna take one.
Sounds good.
Hey. So
On record though, real quick, it's been 2 hours, and I haven't shut up yet, and I got 2 hours more to go. See, that's why if you're in WWA and you're listening, sign up for your guest speaker because I can tell my story in 16 parts if necessary.
Oh, that's too funny. So if you guys look here right now, we've got the race to 270. Trump is less than 100 away. But Kamala 99. So Kamala is such a huge piece of shit, man. She's taken every idea that Trump has had and she's done it. And the latest is, well, Lou brought up the Saturday Night Live thing. The skit they did was the exact copy of the skit that Trump and Jimmy Fallon did years ago. I mean, it was just, it's like, holy shit, man. Can you get some originality, man? You know what? That's why you suck. Ask Willie Brown, he'll tell you. Oh, I need there we go. Yeah, it's still very early. And I'm going to stick by what I said earlier that there's no way in hell that we'll have results tonight. There's just no way. We may have a pretty good idea, but we're not getting results. Will, absolutely, we'll get you on the show. I sent you that link. Hopefully you got it. Let me know if you didn't. Pick a date and we'll make it happen for sure. And we'll talk about all kinds of craziness. But while Lou is powdering his nose, I just want to kind of reiterate and reinforce what he was saying earlier with regards to the Veterans Helping Veterans segment. We take a lot of pride in, and that's why we purposefully re-put the videos back up. So you can go back if you want. You heard us last month and you don't remember what organization we were talking about, but it sounded very interesting to you. You can go back and fast forward to it. We usually try to do it towards the end of the show within the last 15, maybe 10 minutes, but fast forward, scroll through, comment, click like, subscribe. I'm kind of almost not even close to being obligated to say that. But again, man, we're trying to get this, we're trying to get the subscriptions on YouTube up. So, like I said, it's not free. I'm not asking for money from anyone, but if I could get money from YouTube, well, that would really help kind of offset the overhead on there. And it's not a lot of money, but it's still money. But I'll shut up. See, obviously I'm getting the Jewish vote right now. I'm talking about saving that money and whatnot. Go forget about it. But let's talk about the comedian Trump. It's more specifically, let's talk about the comedian Trump. No, I'm not going to talk about Tony Hinchcliffe. Never mind. However, what I will say is if you found what Tony Hinchcliffe said even remotely funny, maybe not the Puerto Rican thing, but the rest of his set, check him out. He's got a podcast / show every Monday night live on YouTube. It's probably the biggest live podcast that there is, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that. I don't know what Cheap viewers on Streamboo.
Remove the space. What?
I'm so lazy I couldn't remove the space. Either I was too lazy or too stupid to read it. One of the
Oh,
two.
Pennsylvania didn't start till okay. I wanted to look that up. Hey, thanks for throwing that in the chat. Andy, were you talking about the comedian at the Trump rally? I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you one thing. This has been the funniest election cycle. I mean, look. I get it. If Kamala Harris wins, we're not gonna look back. Oh, Andy, I know you wanted to piss.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Okay.
The story ain't good. Excuse me. Wrong pipe. All right, but anyway, so this has been, in my opinion, this has been the funniest election cycle ever. I mean, okay. In a presidential debate, right? Now, what I was gonna say earlier before I told Andy, like, hey man, go ahead take a piss, right? Because this is gonna be a long story, but if Kamala Harris wins, right, obviously there'll be anxiety and some stress, right? And if Trump wins, some people in this country will have anxiety and some stress, right? Whatever. But separate from all of that for 1 second. Forget that there is going to be a winner and loser tonight. Like pretend it'll be tomorrow. And just think back to how freaking funny this election cycle has been. Right? In a presidential debate, one of the candidates said they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. That is the funniest thing ever said in a debate ever. Ever. And actually, a couple news organizations have sent 2 people down just to give you the real follow-up, right? Which is funny because I was talking to somebody about this and they told me, no, I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. And I was like, no, you saw ones and zeros, right? But so 2 independent reporters have gone down there, and what they found in Springfield was this. There are incidents of that is hilarious too. There were incidents of geese having necks broken at the pond, being taken, but there's no instances of pets being eaten within the town. The picture that was floating around the internet is from a town over, and it has nothing to do with migrant. It was like a drug, fueled issue. But what they did find that caused people to say that this was going on was that a couple of cats a couple miles outside of the town, which is how the mayor and the council get away with saying it doesn't happen in the town, a couple cats were found to be killed in sacrificial ways, right? Because of the religious practices. They said that has occurred outside of town. And that's what's fueling the rumors. But anyway, that is probably the funniest thing to be said ever out of there, right? They're eating the and then he says, right, we checked. This is my favorite part. David Muir says we checked with the city manager, and none of that has ever happened. He's like, well, I saw it on TV. That was kind of fun. That was kind of funny. It was kind of hilarious. Well, I saw it on TV. Oh, but here, I wish, look, if we're gonna talk hindsight too, I wish he would have said, wait, everyone, I want you to hear, because right, what was Trump's big thing, right? Was the fake news, right? So how, and again, hindsight's 50, 2020. How funny would it have been is, wait a minute, David, did you say you called the government official and he said nothing to see here? There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, ABC News. There's ABC News, right? And then just Mike, I was talking about the eating the pets comment, Andy, now that you're back. And so the theme of what we're talking about right now is how funny has this cycle been, right? And I was saying one of the funniest moments is, never in a debate, a president's candidate saying they're eating the pets. But then you have David Muir saying, we called the city council. They said it never happened. And I said, I wish, hindsight being 2020, I wish Trump would have said, wait, well, I'm sorry, what did you say, David Muir? And when he repeats it, say, ladies and gentlemen, there you have ABC News. They called the government official and there's nothing to see here. And that's as far as they're going to go. Right? There you go. There's the news for you. Right. There's the news for you. The government official told him it's not happening. Okay, no need to check. We're good. We're all good here. That's ABC News for you, folks. ABC News, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
and
Right? I mean,
and
that would have forced them to send a reporter, absolutely 100%, which nobody wants to do. Nobody wanted to send any reporters down there because they were afraid it might be happening, right? But we already covered. I did tell them what the 2 independent reporters went down and saw. But so again, anyway, so now let's go back, right? So then you have a debate. Then you have a debate with Joe Biden. He goes, I don't know what the hell he just said there, and I don't think he does either. You remember that? You remember that? I don't know what the hell he just said. I don't know what the hell he just said there, and I don't think he does either. And then he just went into his answer. Fluid. Come on.
he's a comedian, man. I swear to God, he could have had a career as a stand-up comic.
Right? You know what he is? You know what he is? And bear with me on this. He's a real human being. He's been
Yeah.
on a job site.
Yeah.
Right? You can tell people have tried to get under his skin. You know what I mean? Jokingly, aggressively, intimidating. He's verbally jousted in his whole life, and he's done it with pros on the construction site. You can
Oh, yeah.
tell.
Oh, yeah. And all you have to do is did you watch the interview on Rogan with him?
You guys are gonna hate me for this. I watched the first 20 minutes, and I was like, okay, I don't really think I'm gonna learn anything here. This is really cool. It's really good, but I'm trying to learn new stuff, and I already like him.
It was a good interview, but my favorite one was the interview he did with Andrew Schultz. You could see in that interview that all of them were just dudes in a room cutting up, having fun, touch on some of the subjects politically, but then just going back to telling stories.
Yes. I mean,
It was amazing.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, the guy, he's at a rally in Pennsylvania, right? Get the hell out and vote. You gotta vote for me. You'll be unemployed. Get the hell out and vote. He's going, you gotta vote for me. Right? But he's right. He just got done talking to them about fracking and what they're gonna do with it. Come on. What are you telling me? Come on. Kamala Harris, I'm not against fracking. Okay, great. How many licenses are you gonna increase issuing?
Huh?
Right? I mean, I'm not against frack. She's not going to let you frack. Trump is right. She's not going to let you frack.
That's what I was going to say.
Get out of here.
I got cut off. Lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, there it goes again. Never mind. Oh well. It'll come back to me probably by midnight.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't you. I just you know how it is, man. You fucking blah.
Yes, I do.
So much is coming in at once. You want to get something out, and then you think about this, and like, oh, well, let me talk about that. And oh, fuck, where was I going with that? every not every day of my life, every hour of my life.
Well, and my conversation moves quick.
This is true.
I go topic to topic to topic and then back.
Yeah, that didn't help. I don't remember anything. What I was going to say.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, yeah, whatever. But I will say, according to this map, anyway, look at this: 178.
Yeah.
To 99.
Just need 100 more.
Yep. Less than 100.
So awesome, Greg. You're right, man. The quotes are insane. They were awesome good this year. What were some of the other ones we had? Do you remember some of the other ones we had? Yeah, you gotta vote for. Get the hell out and vote for me. I mean, that was hilarious. Oh my God, I'm trying to think of some other ones. I mean,
I am too.
In the debate, he scored some hits.
Let's see.
But that was funny in the debate. I don't know what the hell he just said there, and I don't think he does either. And then he just went right, and then he ignored him and went right into the answer. Oh man, it was phenomenal, right? But this is one of the funniest. This is one of the funniest election cycles ever. You're not going to see this ever.
There's no doubt.
Right? And then they kicked Joe Biden off the ticket, right? I mean, they kicked him off. Like, they were like, oh, this is not good, right? They let him go up on stage and embarrass himself and show the world he had dementia, right? And the funny thing is, though, right? And this is what you forget. And I can't remember who pointed this out, right? But we forget this, right? we all pretty much watch conservative news, right? I mean, you know, if you're a hardcore liberal, you really don't like what I have to say, right? I mean, you're not going to hang around here. I mean, you're not going to like it, right? It's just not going to be
Right.
interesting.
Right.
You know, so we're all pretty similarly minded, you know. And damn, Andy, I just lost my train of thought.
Well, good, because I have one to
Go.
carry that a little bit. What you said is if someone doesn't have, if they're liberal, they're not really going to be interested in what you say. But I got
Right.
to tell you, there is a comedian out there who I used to not be able to stand, who is very liberal, but lately he's been making a lot of sense, and I've been watching him a lot more. And that's Bill Maher. Uh,
Oh yeah.
he's been shredding, like he shredded Mark Cuban on his show.
Yeah.
And what Bill Maher is a true Democrat throwback to the 70s and 60s, and maybe even the
Yeah, he's
80s.
a liberal. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Traditional.
um, he's not radical, and what I respect about him is if you can get your point across to him in a very logical and sensible manner, he is willing to listen. Maybe not change his mind, but at least he's willing to listen, which is what 99% of the rest of the hardcore liberal left is not willing to do.
You know, he's a principled leftist, right? I mean, he's not a progressive. He's just a principled leftist.
Right.
If you're for free speech, you shouldn't be shutting people down on Facebook.
Yep.
You know, if you're pro-choice, you shouldn't be making people get vaccines they don't want.
Right.
You know, but
My
that's just
body,
what
my
you know.
choice.
Yeah, that's just his traditional thing. But I'll tell. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I just remembered two more. Right, right. You reminded me of one.
Good.
Mark Cuban. Trump is smashing Mark Cuban, and ends with he has low club head speed.
He did he what?
He said it. He said he's got low club head speed. He was like, he's a loser who's never like blah 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 blah, and then he finished with, and he has low club head speed.
Oh yeah, that's a
Oh,
good one,
yeah.
Greg. The no U.S. soldiers in combat zones. Yeah, that
What do you say to Joe Biden in the debate? He's got a horrible backswing. Like got a horrible backswing.
he's a comedian, man. I'm telling you. This shit.
And then the best part about my favorite part about that debate. Now I remember it. He told him he had terrible backswing, and then as Biden was starting to answer, he goes, "Let's not be children here." Talk about he cut him right off. I remember he baited him into the argument, and then cut him off to say, "Let's not be children." Go watch it again. Watch it. I just, oh my god, I might go watch it myself. But he's like, "Yeah, you got a terrible backswing," and they start talking about. He's like, oh, "Let's not be children here."
You know what? It's very interesting how after that debate, he took it to him, but he took it easy on him, though.
I remembered what I was going to say. You're right.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I forgot, and somebody pointed out. Remember, half the country had no idea.
Half the country still has no idea.
No, I mean, no, the debate was the first time they had ever seen that. They didn't know.
Which is insane. How could you
That's
not
what I'm
see it?
saying. Remember, half the country, no idea. And now listen to this. Now check this out, right? Now, where are they getting their news? Where are liberals getting their news?
Well, duh. From
Well,
the state-run media.
yeah, but that's actually, added together less than 2 million. Social media.
Well, people aren't watching the news.
Yeah, it's segments and social media, and it's clips of the news. No one is watching 6 to 6:30, which is why
Right.
all the anchors in their contracts are structuring them to not get let go or use AI, because what's happening is people are just going to the clips, to the stories they want to know about, right? The things they
sure.
don't want to know about, they're not watching. Now, they may be consuming MSNBC clips specifically. Like, it's not that they just consume clips, right? They may have their choice of clips, but what they say is the market is turned into clips, man. And
Well-
so half of the country had that was the first time they had any inkling Biden is not there. So mind you, they were hearing us say it. And what were they saying to us? You're
Like,
ageist,
right.
right? You're inappropriate, you're crazy,
You're racist.
right? QAnon,
Yeah.
right? And then they saw it. And two things happen, right? If you think of it from a perspective of somebody who had never seen that before, right? And and then consider, right, these people. Two things happened. One is they were like, "Holy crap!" Right? This guy is toast. The second thing was they were right.
Yeah.
Right now, what do you do with they were right? Now, in the past, I can tell you, I have dug in wrong deeper in an attempt to make it right. Because I was not going to admit that.
Right.
But I knew it. I knew it. But I was
Will
not going to admit that. And I think that's
will
what you're seeing around the country in a lot of these people who voted privately, and you're seeing what would be blue states going red, but you're seeing the typical blue states staying blue. You're
right.
not seeing anyone red go blue.
Well, let's face it, even the left, they know that the news media is biased. So what are they going to do? They're going to go find the media that they want to find.
Yes.
YouTube, Facebook,
Yes.
Twitter, and the algorithms the way they have it, like you discussed this before, that's all they're going to see.
Right.
That's all they're going to see. They're not going to see the other side, if you will. And they're not going to look for it either.
Just imagine. Just imagine. Right? For like months, you'd been telling conservatives, I can't believe they're disparaging our president like this. And then and then you're like, let's see him mop the floor with them.
I got to tell you one of the funniest video clips during Biden's presidency. I don't know who did it. They're a freaking genius. But the one where he falls off the bike, but then the golf ball hits him in the head, and that
Oh,
makes him fall off the
yeah.
bike.
Yeah.
Brilliant, man.
My
Brilliant.
my favorite Joe Biden is the YouTube cartoon of him giving the speech about being in the pool with the kids. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen that, but I do remember that speech.
And somebody animated it in like a city public pool, and like kids are rubbing his leg like as he's talking. Like,
oh no,
it's hilarious. It's like it's not like you're not gonna watch it and be like, oh my god, that's inappropriate. I mean, but you're gonna watch it. That's pretty fucking funny, man. Oh, I'm trying to watch my language.
There's not a lot I find inappropriate, really, to be honest.
No, I know. I'm just saying for the listeners out there, I wouldn't watch it in front of my kid, but it was pretty funny, man. It was pretty funny.
That's
Like the hair on my leg would stand up, and then like you see the hair underwater stand up.
I think I have seen that.
It's
Now that
funny,
you
man.
say that,
It's funny. It's a good one. There's a lot of good. I'll tell you what, man. There's a lot of good content out there, and I'll tell you what the funniest thing is. I remember when they said the internet was going to be a great place to share information. But there is a lot of good content out there. Yeah, I remember watching. I don't know if you remember watching, but I remember watching John Stossel do a segment on 60 Minutes about the new CD disc that had the entire Encyclopedia Britannica on just that disc.
I don't remember that, but that's
yeah,
funny.
man. When CDs were going to come out,
I remember Stossel getting the shit slapped out of him by I forget which wrestler it was. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, man. He sued. He got money for that.
He did.
Yeah, he writes about it in his book. I'll tell you what, that I'll tell you. He has 2 books that I'm aware of. He might have more, but both of them were excellent. One was Get Out the Shovel, and I forget what the other one was, but it was similar, right? Like Keep Digging or something.
So Stossel's one of those liberals that I don't necessarily agree with, but I feel I could sit down and have a good conversation with.
Oh, I think you'd agree with him a lot more now.
Now,
yeah,
maybe
he is. He's pretty solid in the libertarian category.
Oh,
but I'll tell you what, man. And like his book. His book was Give Me a Break, and the second one was Get Out the Shovel. Right? Because that used to be a segment on 60 Minutes. Give me a break. Or on
Yeah.
2020. I think he was on
2020.
2020. He was on
Yeah, he was on
2020.
2020.
So he'd be like, give me a break, right? Where he did consumer reporting and he would expose fraudsters and stuff.
Right.
So his book, Give Me a Break, was, a lot of the people he exposed, but how he exposed them, how the scams work, right? And why the government doesn't do anything. Like why aren't people doing anything? Like he had an interesting point. He talked about in Give Me a Break. He talks about how it takes about 10 years for a drug to go to market, right? Now, obviously, warp speed, has set a precedent that may in the future change a lot of this, but it's about 10 years to bring a drug to market, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he was saying, like they praised this new drug. I forget what it was, but he said, this drug is going to save, 600,000, or I'm sorry, 240,000 people's lives a year. This new cardiac drug, it's going to save 240,000 lives a year. And he's like, that's wonderful. He's like, what about the 240,000 that died in the 10 years it took to bring it to market? Because
Right.
90% of what you made people do was paperwork and wait for no reason.
Yeah.
And have you looked at, this is what I found was interesting, going through the process of right, how do you get drug approval, right? So the biggest racket is the FDA. Well, it's one of. Now they provide a good service. I'm not here to say they don't do a service, but think about this. Think about how this government organization runs. And I just learned this, right? Pfizer has a drug, right? And I use them because the name is easy. We all remember it and it's easy to
Mhm.
relate to. Pfizer develops a drug, right? They want to bring it to market. They contact the FDA. The FDA says, well, study your own drug and bring us the results, and we'll let you know if it's okay. Right.
Jesus Christ, man.
so, so they basically make you, develop the drug, then force you to study the drug, and then publish the results. And so you're basically paying, and then you're paying them the whole time, right? You're paying them the whole time because they're
It's like
coming
the
in to monitor your study, right? So
it's like
you're
the
paying
Jayco
them.
scam.
Yes. And here's the point that like guys like Robert Kennedy and them make is you're paying them the whole time and it's your data for your drug. I mean, is there any bias here? Hello? Like it should be a third party. I mean, if you're going to
Right?
have this organization, then it needs to be a third party involved in the testing of these drugs, not the drug company doing its own testing, publishing its own results to get its own authorization. He said that's what's happening. That's how the system works. I was like, "No way."
Yeah. It makes sense now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
these people
right,
pay.
but it makes sense. And
It's great.
the reason they have that it's follow the money, man. The reason they have that 10-year
Always.
process is that's 10 years of money.
Always.
It's
Can you
fuck,
believe
man.
me? Can you believe it? They're calling New York
They're calling New York.
for Harris.
Well, there's 40% of the vote in.
I'm just kidding, man.
She's up 64.4% to
I can
30.
believe Harris takes takes New York. So Pennsylvania, the gap is closing 51-47.
Oh, look at that.
Only 32% in. I told you
Yep.
when I pulled up the state map, the heavy blue is in. The heavy blue is in. All that's left is the people who voted in the Amish territories. They think 80,000 Amish came out to vote. If that's true, Trump takes
Holy
Pennsylvania.
shit.
They think. No. I'm sorry. Correction. There are estimated 80,000 Amish in Pennsylvania. If they
I
could
was
mobilize 20, they think they'll take Pennsylvania.
I was gonna say I didn't know there were that many freaking Amish in there.
I didn't either, but
You know,
80,000. Uh,
speaking of the Amish,
yeah, Amish
every
are interesting, man.
every so often I'll
And
get
they
a
switched
text.
to Trump's mental decline, right? Do you see that? Collins, yeah,
Yeah,
he's right.
I'll get a text from Joel, and it will be a picture of an Amish midget every damn time.
Amish is interesting. I met a sailor in MDEC who was from Virginia. Had a nice farm. Awesome guy. Awesome dude. When I canceled all my social media, I lost touch with a lot of people.
Mhm.
Um, Great guy, Prior Amish. Knows a lot of same places I knew. Grew up Pennsylvania Amish. Got kicked out. Got kicked out because he had relations with a woman that wasn't his
Kind.
prearranged wife.
So what is it?
He told me some stories. Yep.
What's that whole process they have? I forget. There's a specific name for it where they can go out. They get to like, was it 2 weeks or some shit? Where they can get to
I
go into the real world. It's
I
rum
I,
something. I can't
I don't know.
remember.
I don't know about that, but he told me it's all about land. He said it's all about. He said they absolutely use technology. Absolutely. He said certain people are allowed to.
Sure.
Certain
There it
families can do
is. There it
from.
is. Well,
So he told me it's all about land. It's all about size of land. He said because his uncle stole his father's land and
hmm,
kicked him out. And
hmm.
he said it's just it he said it's mafia. It's very intense mafia. He said the fact that the government isn't in there is insane to him. Because he said the human trafficking that occurs
Oh yeah.
between he said to try to reduce the amount of inbreeding, they bus women from Ohio to Pennsylvania and from Pennsylvania to Ohio, whether
No
they
shit.
want to go or not. That's how the wives work. So,
Man.
um, he said it's crazy, man. He said, but he goes, he was kind of. We talked over the class is 3 weeks. We talked over a 3 week period over lots of beers. I mean, he went back and forth on it. He absolutely um knew the life he led has set him up for success.
Hmm.
He was taught how to work, how to
Yeah.
live.
Yeah.
He knows how to provide for himself if times get hard.
So how not to be a victim is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. He knows how to cure like he said, yeah, man. Yeah, I mean it's what we do. Like we make furniture, we farm, we learn to read, we learn angles, math, we build. He's like, we learn math, just like everybody. He's
So
like,
I'm
so
gonna
he
steer us back for just a second
oh yeah,
because
yeah. Go ahead.
Missouri is now flipped back to red. Kansas is now flipped back to red.
I see.
Nebraska, yeah. So Nebraska's close. There's 40% of the vote in for Nebraska, 46% of the vote in for Kansas. Trump's got a very marginal lead, less than 2%.
They're freaking out running every commercial they can in
Oh, yeah.
Washington, California, Oregon, Nevada.
Here's where I'm surprised. 23.3% of the votes are in for Missouri. Trump has a 0.9% lead.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised about that.
I'm looking at here's what I'm liking. I'm liking the popular vote. I am loving the popular vote.
Oh, yeah,
Right
dude.
now I'm looking at almost 36 million for Trump and 32 for Harris. This
Yeah,
like I told you, Andy. I told you I think it's gonna be a rout.
low
At the
end of
beginning of the night
32.
when I saw it, I was like, this is probably gonna be a rout, man. But again, California comes in with 38 million people living there.
That's huge,
A
man.
lot of them are kids, to teenagers. I mean, you got to be 18 and over.
Well, here's the other thing you have to look at too. The people from California that get it, they've all left.
Yeah, how about Schwarzenegger? I'm endorsing Kamala Harris, right? The same guy. Screw your freedom.
Well, that's it doesn't surprise me. I mean, because her and good old Doug Emhoff can go fuck nannies together.
Yeah, Maria Shriver.
Jesus Christ,
What's she doing now? I don't even know what she's doing now.
she looks
But
like the
he
crypt
had the
keeper,
Kennedy.
man.
He was in the Kennedy dynasty. I'm surprised they didn't just take him out.
Yeah, right. Well, no, he's playing ball.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah,
What?
just screw your freedom. What?
Yeah,
No, no, thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Schwarzenegger.
yeah. Screw your freedom.
Hercules in New York.
Let's see. I'm looking for. I can't find a recent image of. Oh, damn, she's looking rough. Oh my God.
Ha, that's what I thought, man. I thought so. Yep, yep. Is
What?
he awesome, Greg? Yep.
No, what'd he say?
He's good. Look what he put in there, man. He's from Washington. 19 ads in an
Yeah.
hour. They're freaking out. Of
So,
course they are, man. So
I,
this is what I was told. If you haven't listened before, or whatever, or if you're tuning in, just but so my understanding from the outset of this was, um, so here's what happened, right?
look at this.
Joe
Real
Biden had
quick.
to go. All the polling said he was going to lose. Nancy Pelosi was upset that Sherrod Brown and the other people hadn't pushed hard enough to get him out. So they wanted. So she got involved. Told him he had to leave by Sunday. Halpern's the one who reported this. He knew it. He reported it Friday. He said Biden's going to be out by Sunday. He said the day is going to be Sunday, and he said he's not going to endorse Kamala Harris because he wrote that on Friday. Biden dropped out Sunday. But he endorsed Kamala Harris a couple hours later because apparently between Friday and Sunday, Biden received so much heat for the rumor he would not endorse Kamala Harris that he had to do it. So she also was aware of what was going on and was pushing for it too,
Of
right?
course.
She's not stupid, right? So she recognized the opportunity and took it. Apparently, Obama and Clinton wanted a process, or at least to deceive you into thinking there was a process, because what they wanted to do was Obama was going to pick 3, Clinton was going to pick 3, and then they could vote at the convention, and it would be a nomination of the people organically, right? Even though Obama picked them and Clinton picked them,
Hey,
right?
real quick, so I can get this hideous picture off of the page. That's Maria Shriver.
Oh, God. Goodbye.
No wonder he fucked the nanny.
Holy shit. She
Isn't that
looks,
crazy?
well, anyway.
She,
But so Kamala Harris, right, so anyway, so Kamala Harris saw it, took the opportunity, right? So anyway, Obama was not cool with that. Like they were like, whoa, we wanted to do something, and then Biden screwed it up, right?
that's
Now
usually
remember,
what
Biden
happens,
also
man.
is an angry Irishman. Okay, everyone that knows Biden says he's a nice guy, jovial, joking, but he can be angry, right? And he gets
Got a
upset.
temper.
So he's mad that he's pushed out because he still believes he could beat Kamala. He's the only one who could beat Trump, right? And he's probably right if Pennsylvania switches. I mean, he would have done better in Pennsylvania than Kamala. It wouldn't even be close. But which I don't get either because I grew up in Scranton and I never heard of Joe Biden until I became politically aware. So she takes advantage of that. Well, anyway, they think too the other reason he endorsed Kamala Harris was not only because of all the heat he was getting, but he knew it would screw up Obama and Clinton, right? It would lock all the money in to Kamala Harris. Now, you got right now, again, now this is where this debate took place where, I was telling you, the guy I listened to, Steve, was talking about, you're looking at it from Republican eyes, right? Like we keep saying, well, she had to be selected because all the money was with it. They don't care about that, man. They would have spent that money and said, go ahead and sue and try to get it back.
Right.
Right. Whatever. Someone will cover 250 million. Someone will cover it. Right. They would have just spent it and said, go ahead, dare us to stop it. Right. Whatever. Right. So they said the money, nobody, the delegates don't matter. Right. Super delegates. The Democratic Party has super delegates. So that doesn't matter. None of that matters. Right. But because Biden endorsed her, the people now had the perception that that was the pick. And if Obama came in and reset everything, it'd be a bad look. So they're stuck with her. So my understanding is that because it went out the way it went out, this is it for her and this is it for Tim Walz. Like this is it. Like we're giving you the best you can
For
get
sure.
type of send off, like type of lift up. And if you do something with it, we are going to go full speed ahead. That's awesome. And you're at the helm, right? And if we don't, then we are wiping the ticket clean, getting rid of both of you, right? Because this allows us to get rid of an African American female candidate without looking bad,
Yep.
right? We can get rid of her and say, well, the American people already said they don't want her, right? So
A
we're not going to do it again.
worthless DEI.
Well, right. So they're gonna say, right? So they're gonna throw her. She's gone, and then Tim Walz is gone because he's he's batshit crazy too,
Oh yeah. He
right?
needs to
So
go.
this is a way of getting rid of 2 pieces of trash for them, or having 2 amazing sock puppets, right? Like
Right.
so it's a win-win for the kind of Obama Clinton type
It's a total win-win because they know Trump
cabal. Yeah,
Trump
yeah.
only
And
got this term. That's it.
yes, Trump can only do one. And then you have to hope DeSantis comes in, or the term is so awesome, people see JD Vance as presidential. I think he'll still look a little young. And I do still really like DeSantis. I think DeSantis following up a Trump term is going to really finish up what Trump starts and ensure the legacy continues. And you know what? Even though it'd be a first in history, if I were Vance, I'd say I'd be his number two too. And I'll be the number two for 3 terms. And I'll say, yeah, look, I watched both. I'm ready. I'll do it the 4th time.
Yeah.
Or I don't. Who cares? I was vice president for freaking 12 years. Who gives a shit?
Or Vance is the presidential candidate with DeSantis as the vice presidential candidate, and when Vance
That won't look. That's not a good look for DeSantis, man. You're gonna ride number 2 for a guy 10 years younger than you.
it's
I would. DeSantis will be
politics,
done, man.
though.
He's not gonna run again if that happens.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll run again. I think DeSantis is amazing. He's phenomenal. I mean, look at what he's doing down in Florida.
No, he's good. There's no doubt about it. But
Yeah, I think he'd kill it. I think he would kill it.
I think he would do an amazing job. I just don't think he could get the vote.
Hey, so for those of you guys, yeah, I hear what you're saying. For those of you guys not watching, I just took a look over, and just so you know, everybody's smiling. I'm looking at Daily Wire. I'm looking at the Blaze. I'm looking at tables, smiling, laughing, a little jovial. For those of you that weren't subscribers a couple of years ago, there was almost, you got to look it up. There was almost a fist fight between Jason Whitlock and freaking Michael Malice.
Really?
During election night coverage on the Blaze.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
I'd like to go back and see that. Yeah, I'm actually surprised with Iowa as well. 26% of the vote in for Iowa. Harris leads 51.7 to 47 with Trump. So it's not that far off.
Iowa had the poll, had her up by 28. Or 3. I don't remember. Iowa had that poll that they ripped up. They said it was no good. That lady that had the poll was the weight was terrible. Like there's no Des Moines is in Iowa because Kate Reynolds is their governor, right? Kate Reynolds is the governor of Iowa, I think. Let me look it up. Kate Reynolds, I think, is the governor of Iowa. I think. Let me look. You're gonna be like, how the hell do you know this, Lewis? Because I listen to 4 hours of news a night. It's just same people over and over again.
So here, okay, Michigan's got 15% of the vote in. Harris is leading, but her lead is 51.3% to Trump's 47. So he has significantly closed the gap from earlier.
Yeah, Governor Kim Reynolds. Yeah, okay. Kim Reynolds is, I said Kate. Kim Reynolds is the governor of Iowa, and she won by 19 points in 2022. 2022.
Is she Democratic or Republican?
She's Republican.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Like, she won by 19. It was decisive. Like she was decisive.
Well, that's why I'm surprised with what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, that's why nobody thinks that's real. What's up, man? Can you burp on command? I cannot. No, I can, actually. I can.
There you go.
Anytime.
I
got bass. I could do it all day.
I'll pay for that later, but that's cool.
Yeah, so that's it. Iowa is interesting. Oh, I'm trying to click your map, Andy.
Whose was weak? First or second? Not that I give a shit. I could give a shit.
Wait, what was that? Oh, I wanted to look at my map. There we go. There's my map. Both, right? Both, to be honest.
Well, that's we're not here.
PA just turned red.
Who did?
PA.
Oh,
on my map, PA showing red. Trump
49.6,
Kamala 49.5. I see. I said, man, those blue counties are in. It's the red counties coming in. It's the Amish.
If I try to burp hard, I'm gonna throw up all over this damn microphone. And I'll be honest, I'm lazy. I don't want to clean it.
Yeah,
well,
I can do it. I don't know. I think I have Baird's esophagus from all the drinking over the years.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. This is a route. He takes Pennsylvania. It's a route. Okay. Again.
Montana's in.
Let's look at the popular vote again. 38.5 million to 34.1 is what I have.
and we're steadily approaching that 270 mark.
I keep saying it's a
192.
route, and I'm gonna go to bed at 10 o'clock, and I'm gonna wake up and murder 2 people.
Well, that's exactly what's going. That's what happened. That's what happened last time, man. That's what happened with Biden. So look,
Yeah.
look that if you think they're giving up, you're sorely mistaken.
Well, and we have to remember, right? Hey, look, if we win, you got to be a gracious winner, man. I know I want to rub it in a lot of people's faces, man. I do, but you got to know they're dying inside,
Oh
man.
yeah.
Just think
So
about how you'd feel if Kamala won. You'd be like, oh, come on, man.
here's
I don't need nobody to rub it in my face. I don't need
here.
anybody to rub it in my face, and I don't need to rub it in anybody's face, right? Like I used to say all the time in the Navy, right? You, me, and Jesus know. When I was getting
Here,
screwed, you, me, and Jesus know. So that's
here's what
all.
I
We're
said
good.
when Biden was elected.
Yeah.
You had all these people out there saying he's not my president.
All right. Hey, the Blaze
I
is going to throw their map up. I'm going to look, Andy, but I'm going to listen to you.
You can actually I talked about this on podcast, so it's official. I'm not making it up. I said I don't like Biden. I don't like his policies, but he is absolutely my president.
Yeah, that's fair.
100%. Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's
that's fair.
oh shit. Oh, did you see Oregon?
Yeah.
That's only
Carl lives
0.3%.
there.
No, dude. Trump is
0.3%.
up.
Yeah, it's red. Yeah.
I
All right.
did
So
not
look, here's what we
expect that.
see. Right, looking at the Senate, the Blaze right now is predicting, and they got super gear. I'll tell you what, that guy is hilarious. Again, the Blaze is an excellent subscription. I recommend it to anybody. The Daily Wire is good too, I think, but the Blaze for me, out of the two, is better. Now the Daily Wire is kicking ass with the movies though, so I don't know.
Oh
It's
yeah.
it might surpass the Blaze soon. I don't know. But Stu Gear is hilarious, man. His name isn't Stu, but you have to listen to the radio show to get the story. But I don't want to bastardize it at all. But it's just hilarious how he's ended up being Stu for decades, right? Like, but that's
Fair.
not even his name. And now, I'm sure I'm sure his wife calls him by accident. But anyway, he's like one of those he's like one of those idiot savants, right?
Mhm.
Like the head for numbers. But yeah, he's predicting he's calling seats for the Senate just now, 47. They're thinking
Dude,
as of right now. Yeah, 47 Republican right now. Yep.
Pennsylvania's swap back.
Of course.
Oh man,
It's going to
that's a
probably be like that
tight,
all night. But
tight.
again, all the look, Allegheny County is the only red county. It is a blue county. So if you click on Pennsylvania, go deep dive Pennsylvania real quick and we'll take a look at it, right? So Allegheny County is going to be in the bottom left corner when it comes up. Oh, yours doesn't bring up a state map?
Uh-uh.
Okay. So Allegheny, when you go to MSNBC or when you go to MSN,
Well, here, let me
election map.
stop sharing and you share, and let's
Oh,
see what you
okay.
got.
Yeah, we could do that. Do I have anything inappropriate? Right? This
I
will be
don't
the
know.
time I have like 15 porn tabs up. No, I'm just kidding.
Only
Have you ever
14.
seen that happen, like to people? That's
Oh yeah.
hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious. All right. Interactive election maps, right? So share. Okay, so here's what you're looking at. So you're looking at Allegheny County. That's Pittsburgh. Okay, that's it's the blue county. I mean, they've voted against their own self-interest for decades now. Right? So they're just going to continue to bring everyone down.
Of course.
You're over here in Philadelphia, like Montgomery County and them, right? Looking blue. Lackawanna County staying faithfully blue. That's Lackawanna County is where Scranton is. That's where Joe Biden claims to be from. Funny story, right? So I'm driving and the Central Scranton Expressway has a new sign, the Joe Biden Expressway. And I'm like, are you effing serious?
What's
And
up,
so I talked to
Moto?
my cousins and they're they're Democrats. And I talked to them and I'm like, are you serious? And they were like, Lewis, he was coming, he was coming like somewhere. Like he wasn't even coming close, right? But they thought if they renamed it, maybe he'll stop by. I said, did he? I said, no.
We're checking all the states, devil. Oh man, I just got a crick in my neck.
Oh, it had me cracking up. So anyway, so that where's my mouse? Oh, where's my mouse? Where? Here we go. Okay, my mouse is working. I don't have the greatest setup. I don't have a mouse pad because I think they're dumb.
I don't
So
have
of
one
course
either.
my mouse doesn't work. But yeah, so you have Philly and that's down here, and then you have Pittsburgh, which is like directly east, right? Is the furthest blue county there towards the end. And it's funny because Benjamin Franklin said you could tell you're on the right way to Pittsburgh, by the smell. Right? Benjamin Franklin's a funny guy.
What's that county up there that's well, there's a couple that are absolutely nothing.
So this is in central PA, right? This is like Alquipa and all these places. This is kind of like steel mill area here,
Hmm.
Amish country. Down in here you have the Amish, like up in here, sort of.
Up in here?
Yeah, your Amish are all up here, like Harrisburg area, down in sort of central PA has your Amish.
Got it.
And then, this is your tri-state area, right? This is where Pennsylvania connects to New York and New Jersey, right? So if you're
Hmm.
ever short on drugs, it's all here. It's all right here because it's
Or smell.
it's where the tri-state area connects. They call Pittsburgh, New Jersey, or Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Erie, Battle of Lake Erie up here, where. But yeah, that's Pennsylvania. So anyway, yeah. So all your blue counties are in, right? I mean, they're all in. There's no more blue. There's that nothing else is going to be. I assure you, what you're looking at here is the extent of all the blue you will see, except for maybe this thing here. But yeah,
Hmm.
Pennsylvania.
You think so, huh?
Yeah, there's no more blue counties to come in. That's it. There's Philadelphia because everywhere else is normal people.
Hmm.
Right. So Pennsylvania is interesting. I just went through a book, The Colonies, right? And Pennsylvania has always been a place of prosperity, right? Has always been a place of upward mobility. And in fact, Virginia and Pennsylvania used to get into wars, like actual like fight at the border,
Hmm.
right? Back in like the 1600s and stuff. Because William Penn and the deal he had, right? And they said, and he didn't really care what went on in the colony, right? He just cared about being paid.
Right.
But he
Shocking.
was one of the few people that gave people this deal, right? 50 acres, 10 years of service,
Hmm.
and it's yours. Work it for 10 years, pay me, and after 10 years, you can have it, right?
Interesting.
So he had land managers, right, who he would give, 5,000 acres to, right? Go ahead and see if you can get people to come to the colony to work it, right? Like whoever you get to work it. Now, the average colonist in Pennsylvania died after 2 years.
Oh,
So
wow.
nobody got to keep the land.
Damn.
And the land manager loved it because under William Penn, if your guy dies, it's yours.
Right. Did
So
did you
anyone could
notice
go, and if you could live for 10 years, you could become a landowner.
that PA just now swapped over to red?
It's for me, that's happened twice.
Yeah, it's been back and forth the whole time.
Yep, and I think it will, and I think it's going to do that. Erie is not Democrat.
Oh, no, Missouri. Well,
That's interesting. If Erie, I'll tell you, I would be surprised if Erie County swung Democrat, but it looks like it might. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised by that. Very surprised by how hard Erie's been hit by the Biden Harris economy. I mean, Erie has taken it in the shorts, man.
hmm.
Specifically, because of the tourist industry. I mean, just people just not money. Federal programs, parks. I mean, just Erie is just taking it in the shorts, man. But okay, and plus they have a growing jujitsu population up there. I kid you not, right? They have a couple of academies have sprung up there, and those are generally conservative people.
Nice.
But
Yeah,
again,
typically.
that's it though. That's all you're gonna see.
Well, I hope you're right.
I'm pretty sure. I'm comfortable with Pennsylvania now. 50%. Trump has 50% over 48, 50.5 over 48.6. That is a lot to make up. 200,000 voters over. He's 200,000 ahead of her right now in Pennsylvania. With almost 50% reporting.
Damn.
That Trump said he felt good. I'll tell you what, they said they felt good. Right? Remember after the debate? What did Trump say after the debate? I won. Why would I do it again?
Yeah, that's right. Look
I,
at the popular vote.
you wonder about the internal polling, and and that's what they were asking McLaughlin about. It was like, well, why is the internal polling so different from the public polling? Was because the candidate needs to know.
Dude, look
He's
at
not
the
trying to waste money. Number
look
one,
at
and
the
number two, the
popular.
the narrative
Hey,
polling. It's all
shh,
narrative polling.
shh. Look at the popular vote. That's all I'm gonna say. 41.8 million for
Yeah.
Trump to
Yes.
36.8 for
He's
Harris.
going to get the most votes of any president ever.
Not Joe Biden.
Oh, that's right.
Well, all right. Let's. He's going to get the most amount of votes
Look at
legally.
Colorado by itself.
Yeah. Well, the only thing good about Colorado is the weed. What? Who? Oh, look at the time.
Andy, it's crazy.
This is I'm going to be honest. This is not what I expected. I'm pleasantly surprised.
I wanted to feel like this was going to happen and would not let myself.
Right.
But I had indications that this was going to happen. But again, it's so hard to. But you know what I want to do? I'll tell you what I want to do right now. I just want to turn on MSNBC and drink tears. I just want to turn on MSNBC and drink Rachel Maddow's tears.
Ugh, I don't want to drink nothing from that.
Oh, I would love them. They'd be
Sure.
so salty. I bet they're delicious.
Yeah. They're probably pretty manly.
Y'all checking my state? What you got, man? Give me the state. What's up, Dev? What's up, Wolfman? Give me the state. I'll look at it.
I think we were
I'll tell you what's
talking
going on
about
in your state.
I think it was PA, maybe, what we were talking about. I don't remember.
I forget.
Ryan, what are you talking about? Which area is a beautiful area to camp? You talking about Oregon?
Or I want to get out there.
I do too.
How about Texas? You're like, Texas is blue. I wonder how Cruz is doing. Let's look at the Senate.
Yeah, let's see.
Because Ted Cruz was going to be an interesting race. He was neck and neck.
Yeah.
Oh, 53 over 44 already. Yeah, he's got him. He's got him. Cruz has got him. He'll be senator again. Arizona, though, Carrie Lake. Yeah. They weren't sure she could take Ruben Gallego. And look, I'm not gonna talk down on Carrie Lake. Other than to say like, come on, man, please don't run again. Like, I mean, you didn't win the governor. You didn't win. Come on,
Right.
I was all for you, and then you started getting a little nutty.
A little.
Whatever. I mean, I don't know, man. I just don't. I'm not there. I'm not on the ground, and I know everything I see is ones and zeros. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's some close races out there still.
Yeah. What did your map say? 121 to.
Yeah, 121 to 82 GOP.
Oh, U.S. House. Okay.
Right.
You're looking at the House.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Senate. 47-36. All right, let's look at the House. What was yours showing? 121?
121 to 82.
Oh, I got 123-83. Okay.
It's fair.
Mike Kelly is Mike Kelly's gonna win in the House for Pennsylvania, Republican. Let's see. I wonder if I wonder where McCormick is. McCormick's up. Yes. All right. Dave McCormick is up.
I did see
on
that.
Bob Casey. Finally, the Casey dynasty in Pennsylvania will be broken. Oh.
I'm assuming that's a good thing.
Oh my God, Bob! The Caseys have been in, they're like a dynasty in Pennsylvania, right? Like Dave McCormick said in his interview last night, and he put it on Twitter too. But he said in his interview, the thing that ticked him off the most was one of the voters came up and said, "I heard you're running for Casey's seat. It ain't Casey's seat; it's the people's seat."
That's right.
I'm sick and tired of this guy being in here this long.
Damn.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, yeah. What the heck?
Yeah. New Mexico and Arizona just populated blue. I said earlier before you came on that I believe that we're not going to have results for at least a week.
Oh no. I think if it's like this, if it continues like this, we'll know tonight. They can't I mean if it's and that's what Trump's message was the last couple months. You got to get out, right? Don't but I heard it best said, right? Look, if you're in Alabama, could you stay home? Sure. Sure.
Right.
Right? Sure you can. You're good. However, on any other election, absolutely. This election has to have a popular vote with it.
Hey, what happened to Oregon?
Oh, somebody probably mishit it or something.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, Idaho's blocked off. Oh wait, I'm looking at. Hold on, I got to go back to the president. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Now I'm back to the president. Yep, Oregon 0. Yep,
Yeah, that's weird,
Nevada
man.
0. Georgia. Yeah, Trump's winning Georgia. Wow, New Mexico had a ballot dump. Wow. Arizona, too tight. Look at Arizona. If you look at the breakdown of Arizona, what I have on MSN
Mhm.
is 50.50 and 49.1.
Yeah, I've
That's
got
really tight. That's really
49.2.
yeah, that's really tight, Arizona.
And it's 47.9% of the votes tallied so far.
Yeah, yeah, that's real tight.
New Mexico, it's not as tight.
No, 21%, 28%, 30% counted, sort of.
Yeah.
Illinois 65 in, Harris
Illinois is done.
54%.
Illinois is a blue state. Always
Yep.
has been, always will be.
Oh yeah, Trump's up by 2 percentage points in Pennsylvania.
Wow. Yep. Here we go. We got a little breakdown here.
51% in.
Wow. Dude, this is you know, I hesitate. I hate the fact that I have to leave in less than an hour.
What's up, man? I see you guys saying what's up on the Discord. Welcome. Welcome to
What's up?
Nothing's Off the Table, man.
What's happening? What's happening?
Andy just got gold, so he'll be jumping in servers soon.
Well, the boy
Getting him
just got gold.
getting him his equipment. Get
So
him all kitted out.
I'm
He'll
just
have
I'm
the
just
same
here for
problems
the
I have. How do I turn this on? What button is this?
I'm just here for the stories.
Shut the door. Why is the door open? Why am I getting out of the helicopter at 20,000 feet? I didn't mean to get out. I'm at 20,000 feet. Why would you get out?
Right.
That's
So look at
stupid.
this. Harris is now 109. Uh,
Good for her.
yeah, but 109 to 198.
Good for her. What now? I mean, what are we waiting on? The pinks aren't called, I guess. So those haven't been
Correct.
allotted yet.
Correct.
This race could be over.
Well, uh, depending how Pennsylvania goes, you're right.
This race could be over by. That's what I'm saying. You know, some of the. I'll tell you what. Some of them were calling it could be over by 11 o'clock. McLaughlin said. Well, McLaughlin said my numbers show it could be a blowout either way. He said, and my numbers show it can be tight either way. He said there are 2 variables that we just don't know, and that's cannibalizing the early vote. And it looks
Well,
like we figured it out.
I could have fucking made that prediction.
Yeah.
It could
Well,
either be a blowout either way, or it could be tight either way.
he goes right, I know, but he goes into the science of it, like if he's like if you wait, like if you consider, are these people upset with this, or are they upset with that,
Right.
like we just don't know, and how is that message resonating, right? I mean, the amount of just insane messaging this cycle. And I guess what I want to say is, what I learned this year was, man, there are some people that just don't understand how the government works, or they don't care. They either don't understand or don't care. Like, well, it should work this way. So I'm not going to learn how it works because I'm just going to do it the way I think it should be done.
Right. It's a mix of both, I would say. I don't know. It's just it comes down to just grossly uneducated voters.
Yes. Yeah.
And
I,
on top of it, uneducated and lazy because they don't want to take the time or the effort to find out if it's true or not.
right. Right.
Look,
It's hard. It's hard to discern the truth. It is. I mean, you and I do it. You know, I want to say, like god dang, what was I trying to think of how to say it? Like not amateurish, but like a hobby, right? Like,
yeah,
we try to
hobbyist.
discern the truth as a hobby and, put out a little fun show and, have a
Yeah,
couple of laughs and move on with our lives, and so, as a hobbyist, I'm doing this, right? But if you're just, you're just passing like an hour a day trying to watch and keep up.
it's it's very hard to do. And
It's
the thing
designed,
is,
yeah,
you have to want to be able to do that. The
yeah.
average American doesn't. They don't give two shits.
Because it's hard. They've made
Yeah,
it very, very hard. There's so much coming at you at so fast, and it's so hard to discern what the truth is. And there's a generation gap, right?
yeah.
Like I'm talking to somebody the other day, a younger guy. We're talking about things, and he's like, "Well, it's on the internet, right? I mean, like, the internet has
Yeah.
opened up communication. It sure has. Yeah, yeah. That's
It
about it.
it's,
You cannot guarantee what you're getting off the internet is fact.
well, it's gotta be
Even if
true.
it's, I mean, the way they present things even seems like, like it's fact, but it's not. In a lot of cases, right? It's not like let's take the um
Venezuela, I hope you are correct.
yeah, I
There's
think
too
so too.
much
I think you
time
will.
there's too much time remaining yet. Anything can happen. I just, I'm a little bit
Virginia.
gun shy of 2020. I went to bed, Trump was in the lead. I woke up, Biden won. So I'm a little bit gun shy right now. I'm got my fingers crossed. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't trust the system, man.
Right,
I don't.
right, right.
Not even a little,
Who
man.
Who does, man? And that's on purpose. And I think what people forgot was, when the 2016 election happened, the whole Russian disinformation thing, right? What the initial intel assessment said Russia interfered on behalf of
Mhm,
both parties, right? Before the thing got politicized, before people started getting their teeth into it, right?
mhm.
Russia interfered on behalf of both parties with the intent to sow discord in democratic processes. They
And they
don't like that we have elections and they don't want their people liking that we have elections. So if we're bitching all the time about how the election goes, if we're burning our cities down with elections, he can go to his people and say, "Isn't it easier if I just do it?" And things aren't that bad, are they?
yeah, well, they succeeded. They succeeded in their initial mission.
Yeah,
They completely disrupted it. Um, but,
right.
but let's be fair. There has been meddling in elections since there's been elections.
Well, we meddle in their
We
elections.
sure as hell
Why
do.
wouldn't they meddle in ours?
We sure as hell do. And
I,
that's
I, I'm
that's why it's not so hard for me to imagine that the government was involved in the assassination attempt. That's that's the bread and butter of the CIA, man.
Oh man, that I'll tell you what. Everybody sits here and is like, yeah, we're gonna get Trump in office and he's gonna route these agencies. Yeah, let me tell you something. The last person that hinted on that ended up freaking tattooed all over a limousine in Texas.
The last guy that
The
did
last
that,
person that even hinted at closing down an agency.
the last yeah, the last guy that did that had a movie made about him named Zagruder or whatever the hell his name was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he got his head canoed. Okay, so and let me. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. And I shared this with you, Andy. And I don't remember if we did it publicly or if I shared it over the phone. Or maybe I was talking to somebody completely different. Who knows? but um, Trump gets winged on the ear, right? Like, oh, it's saintly and da 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 da. Here was my thought, right? Yeah, they could have killed him. Okay, they winged him. What if that's worse? what if after that somebody went up and said, "Now you know we can touch you. I'll call you tomorrow."
Yeah.
Right? Now you
But
know. Now you know we can touch you.
but you know what? Trump is vain and as narcissistic as he is, would probably accept that as a damn challenge.
I mean, maybe unless they said, unless they, said that handing him pictures of his children. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know how the game is played. All I'm saying is, if you really want to go down some sinister dark paths, imagine missing was worse.
Yeah.
Now they
Hey,
made a slave. You want to
let
go down
me
a dark path? I mean, but
let,
I
let
don't
me
believe that. I'm just
let me
saying,
shift. Let me shift gears a little bit here.
yeah.
Look at this gentleman in the chat room, Venezuela, right?
Yes.
His last comment was, "But yeah, me and my other mates from 11th grade are betting on who's going to win."
Yes. You
Just
should.
the fact alone that you're in 11th grade, you're in high school, and you are taking a very valid interest in what's going on in the country. If I had a hat on, I'd take it off to you, buddy. Strong.
Base
Because
stars.
most, let's face it, man, most high school kids, they're not focused on this. They don't care. Now, if you're doing it just to win a bet, I'm still going to give you credit. I asked my son. My son is 13. I asked him number one who he thought was going to win and who he wants to win. Want to take a guess what he said?
Who?
Liam.
Oh, I bet he said. I'm sure he said Trump.
He said they're eating the pets.
I'm sure he
Yeah,
said Trump.
yeah.
My daughter knows.
He's
But I told
older,
my daughter's like, "Do we support Trump?" I said, "I support Trump. You
right?
don't worry about it. You got plenty of time to worry about it when you're older." She's
That's
like,
right.
"Well, people on the bus are asking." I said, "That I support Trump. You don't have to be dragged into that.
Nope.
You could support whatever you need to support to survive on the bus."
It goes back to what I always say. You can't always outsmart everybody, but you can almost always outdumb them.
I was trying to explain that to somebody the other day, and it doesn't matter who's elected president. In all honesty, I'm a survivor. It really doesn't matter. I'll
Yeah.
figure out a way to survive. You know, and if
Well,
that means if that means I have to stomach some nonsense, I'll stomach it. In my house, the truth will be known. you know, there's two genders, there's two sexes. That will be known in my house. If I have to walk out there and say there's 57 just to go to the supermarket and survive, I'll do it, until I can vote again or whatever. I'm a survivor.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or
You
when
and
I
I
see the
both are.
resistance, if they need it, you know what I mean? If I see the resistance brewing, I'll jump in. I'm not an initiator. I'll be honest. I'm not really an initiator.
Yeah.
Um, because the government owns me. I collect a pension.
Yeah.
I
Well,
gotta wait and see what's going on here, man.
look at North Carolina now. 74%, 75, maybe just call it 75. 75% of the votes are in, and Trump is up 52.5 to
I was
Harris's 46.
Yep, I was gonna call your attention to, Iowa, right? We were talking about Iowa and the shock poll that
Oh,
came
yeah.
out of Iowa, Harris up 28 points.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
all
look at
narrative
that.
polling. It's all nonsense. They tore it apart. They tore it apart yesterday, saying the methodology was terrible. Over they had one guy, Steve was saying, he was like, if you look at the crosstabs, they had Trump losing 30% of white voters over 65. He's like, no. He's so funny. He's like, in no way in the 9 cinematic realms of the Marvel universe is where he's like where Kim Reynolds gets 19, wins by 19 points, and in a mere 2 years later, Trump is gonna lose 30% of the people who identify with him.
Right.
Like he's 75. Like, no. He's
So
like, no.
Kansas is interesting. We're at just slightly over 60% of the
Yes.
votes in, and it's 53 to 45.
Yes.
Anything can happen, but you know what? If I was a betting man, I'd take those odds to Vegas.
Yes. If you're in the Harris camp, you're not happy.
Oh no.
You're watching this like, oh my God, something better happen. Like, I'm done. My career's over. And if
Well,
you're Doug Imhoff, you're like, might as well just chop it off.
what? Hey, honey, do you got the number for the nanny?
Right?
I'm gonna need some consoling here.
So, guys, listen. I know we talk about it. We're coming up on it's 10:30. We got about a half hour left. And then we got to run. But look, these places, we watch and we subscribe to. You ought to check them out. You ought to subscribe to us. We'll keep giving you the updates. We'll keep giving you everything you need. Coming with our Friday show, we're gonna have the wrap. Probably not this week because we
Yeah,
all
not
know
this
what
week.
everybody's gonna be talking about. But,
Well, I mean, there's no show this week anyway.
oh well, there you go.
Remember, we got the WWA camping retreat. I'm not
I
going to be there.
forgot, but I do remember because it is Memorial Day weekend. So now I
Veterans
do
Day.
remember. But yeah,
Veterans
I
Day.
mean, we're debuting new content, we're trying new stuff. And we still got more new stuff on the way to keep going. And again, all you got to do is comment, click like down below, I guess, like other people do. And we're
Yeah,
cool.
I've said this probably 3 or 4 times already tonight. Some of it while you were not here. But again, we're transparency. We're trying to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and the reason is, well, you know, we're paying for all this crap out of our own pocket. If I could get a little monetization going on, every little bit helps.
Right.
And we would never ask you, the listener, to give us any money. That's just not how we are. So, but you can help out, comment, click, like, subscribe, share, all that crap they always say.
It all works.
It does. It does. I don't know how it works, but it works. Jesus, I almost sounded like Trump there, didn't I?
Right.
I don't know how it works. It works. It's
And he's
amazing.
got low club head speed.
Low club head speed.
Come on. These I need a, you know what? We need to buy a t-shirt maker so we can like make these shirts like
I got a
these,
cricket.
like
Connie's got a cricket.
that's what I'm saying. I need a low club head speed. He's
We'll
got
make
low
that
club head
happen.
speed.
We can make that happen.
And or like
Only if,
dot Andy has low club head speed.
only if you text me and remind me, because otherwise I'll forget.
Oh my god, then we're done. This is toast.
This is true. This is very true.
This is toast.
Well,
But yeah, guys, so anyway, back to the map. I'm looking at the map. I'm looking at, like I said again, smiles behind the paywalls. Everybody seems to be smiling, telling jokes. Daily
look at
Wire just put out, polls getting ready to close in 4 more states in about an hour. These West states here, and then we should be getting vote tallies. And then, this is probably, in all honesty, gonna go pretty quickly. I know this. I will. When we sign off here, I I am gonna go watch MSNBC wine. I'm sorry, I just can't help it. I have to.
just so you know, we've got Hawaii and Alaska, our last 2 polling places to close, and that will be at midnight and 1 a.m. Eastern time, respectively. So we got
Yeah.
some time still,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
but man, that's a lot of red.
I mean, you got and again, you got to vote, even if you're out on the West Coast, even if you're out on, in Hawaii and Alaska, you got to get out there and vote, right? Make it heard, even though your state might go red or it's looking red right now, or whatever's going on. If your polls are open and you're wondering if you're in line, they have to let you vote. Go out, get in line, and make sure you vote because it's all about the popular vote. We can win the electoral college, but the popular vote puts the stamp on it. The popular vote makes the mandate. The popular vote tells Trump, go. The popular vote tells the Senate and the House, go. Fix this. Get these men out of women's sports. Get
Yes.
this stuff fixed, right? Get this debt, get these wars ended. Stop paying this military, complex here for this nonsense. Get
More,
the force back to lethality.
more importantly, it lets the individuals know that the country is tired of this bullshit.
Yes, 100%. 100%. So get out there and give the mandate. Give the mandate of the popular vote.
Yeah,
Looking
I
at
don't care.
Virginia. Oh, go ahead.
I don't care who you vote for. I really don't. But you got to get out and vote.
That's true too. It's an interesting
Exercise.
conversation at
Whoa.
Jiu-Jitsu today, right? Interesting conversation at Jiu-Jitsu today. So if you don't vote, and I remember, I have an interesting take on this, right? So if you don't vote, can you complain?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you? Can you?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question because,
Would you like me to answer first?
sure.
So I would have said no. And then my neighbor years ago said, but that's not America. In America, you have freedom of speech. Now, if you didn't vote, I'm going to weigh it different.
Right.
But he said, but in America, absolutely 100%. He's like, if that's how, if we are going to have free speech, then yeah, yeah, unfortunately, if you don't vote, you can still complain.
That's why I said it was a loaded question.
Yeah. Yeah, right? That's why I wanted to give you my answer so that it didn't feel too loaded.
It's the same thing, let's just take Colin Kaepernick, for example.
Yeah.
Um, kneeling in during the national anthem. Do I like it? Fuck no, I don't like it. Do I support him doing it? Absolutely. Because I took an oath, and I believe in the oath that I took. So I support your right to be an idiot and to be a dumbass, but I don't have to agree with it.
Yep.
And that's what
Yeah.
frustrates me with all this crap of, well, he's not my president. Yeah, well, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you feel, he's still your president.
Yeah, look, and here's the thing that I thought was interesting, right? You had did you see the football player who he like spoofed the interview with the Trump hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget his name or whatever. And all over Twitter, right? This again is my only social media, but all over Twitter, like, oh, he should be fired. He should be fired. If you're gonna fire Colin Kaepernick, okay, nobody fired Colin Kaepernick. All
Nope.
right, no one. The fans voted with their money,
Yeah.
and they had to let him go. Okay, that was a money. That was all right. That was a grass. If there were grassroots movements, that was a grassroots movement. Okay, number
Yeah,
one.
for
Number
sure.
two, how many contracts has he been offered? Okay. And I'm sorry, man. I am sorry. I am sorry. But if you are unemployed, you are not above what you're being offered.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. You are not above because you're getting nothing. Now here's something.
And you don't want it. See, that's the whole
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry.
that's the whole problem with society. As a matter of fact, on the ballot in Missouri, there was an amendment to or proposition, I'm sorry, to raise the minimum wage to $15. I
That would
said,
bankrupt
hell
the whole
no.
thing.
Yeah, that's retarded. You want $15 to flip burgers. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, man. Like my old man used to tell me all the time, the world needs ditch diggers too.
I yes. I'm on record saying that at the school board. Look up the Pine Richland School Board. You'll see me at the end of the month ago, 2 months ago meeting. I forget. Maybe it was beginning of October.
You know what
But you'll
else he
see me
used to say?
say, if you leave your children to be raised by this school district, well, then when I go to Burger King, yeah, man, when I say no cheese, someone's got to be back there to take the cheese off. You know,
That's right.
the world needs fry cooks too.
You know what else he used to say? He used to tell me I was a kid, I'd whistle around the house and shit. He'd always say, boy, only faggots and bosun mates whistle. He
Right? Hey, is
said a lot of stuff.
the Pennsylvania map filled in? I told you there wouldn't be another blue county.
Yeah, let's see it real quick. Let me
There
stop
isn't.
sharing here. Oh, it's
There
gone?
isn't.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to share? Yep.
Yeah, why not?
I'm still sharing for some reason.
It's
Stop
alright.
sharing
Oh.
screen. Okay. Now I'll share screen. All right. Interactive map.
Why's your damn hat so pointy, son?
It's a star. It's my base star. Yeah, see? You know Lackawanna's still there.
Wow.
That's Scranton. That's where Joe Biden's from. Old coal mining Joe. Oh,
Still
which is
close.
I almost said Old Hickory after Andrew Jackson, and I was thinking, geez, I had forgotten something Andrew Jackson did. Uh, it was one of the Supreme Court rulings. Oh God, see, I can't remember anything because I really want to get to what he did. But anyway, now I can't even remember the justice's name at the time. Anyway, Supreme Court ruled, and Jackson was like, "Well, they ruled, they can enforce it, right?" And he didn't enforce it. It was against moving the Indians
Oh,
out of to Oklahoma,
hmm.
east of the Mississippi, to move to Oklahoma.
Trail of Tears.
And yeah, and they sued, saying they had federal standing to go in court. And John Roberts, no, Roberts is the Chief Justice now.
Yeah.
The one who's in history, God, I can't remember his name was John something too.
That
Anyway.
one guy.
Yeah. Anyway, he ordered that no, they have standing to sue to be able to stay. That even though they're not here, they could still sue to be able to stay. And Jackson said, well, all right, well then go ahead and try to enforce it. And then Virginia came in and pushed them out. Georgia pushed them out. Went through the Trail
Georgia.
of Tears and all that stuff, happening, and everybody ended up in Oklahoma.
Drinking
Because
that damn
it was the
fire water.
Cherokees. It was the Cherokees who tried to sue, saying they had standing, right? Because they had a culture, they had writing, they had all this stuff. They had, everything. Like, hey, what are you doing?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And now all they're doing is drinking fire water,
Right.
smoking
And I was thinking,
peyote.
like, geez, Joe Biden sounds more like Andrew Jackson than Donald Trump. I mean, but then again, there's parts of Andrew Jackson that would never apply to Joe Biden. But like I can't see Joe Biden getting shot in the chest and not flinching just to
No.
give his opponent the impression he missed.
Oh, Virginia's flipped. Oh, that's going to be a close one, down to the
Well,
wire,
Virginia was
man.
close. Look, Virginia's been close. It's
Yeah.
been very, very close.
It's been flip
Like
flopping,
within
like
within a
Pennsylvania.
point or two.
Oh, it's
It's always been blue on my map.
oh, it's been red on mine. But shit, it's close. That's all right
It's
though.
very close. Yeah, Virginia's going to be close to watch, but again, Pennsylvania comes in unnecessary,
Right.
and he's 2 points ahead in Pennsylvania. Actually, he's almost 3 points ahead in Pennsylvania.
Well, let's see.
With 60% of the electorate in. With 60% of the electorate in, he's 2 points ahead in Pennsylvania. Allegheny County can't shit that many votes.
Oh, sure they can.
No, they can't. No, they don't have the population for it.
There's
They'll get
plenty of
caught.
cemeteries around.
They'll get caught. They don't have the population.
Plenty of cemeteries.
Yeah, they'll get caught this time.
Yeah,
That's the other thing.
time.
People they're going to steal the election. I mean, if they do, they're going to have to be real creative because we got a lot of people watching.
A lot of people watching, and the numbers just can't support it right now.
That's why they're saying it's got to be a blowout. The exit polls, everything. They were telling people, answer your exit polls. Answer your exit polls. If people are out there taking exit polls, tell them the truth. Tell them. That way it'll stop the steal on either side. Either side.
That's right.
Yeah,
I got no issues telling you who I voted for.
Arizona tied. Right now, I'm looking at it.
Wow. Yep. And with close to 50% of the vote in. That could go either way.
Look how tight that is.
That could definitely go either way.
Well, Andy, it's 10:45. I think we did some good coverage. I don't know. I don't know. Do we have to push to 11?
No, we don't have
far
to.
ride ahead of you, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna go watch some Trail of Tears. I think we're pretty safe to leave the public and say thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed it.
Absolutely. And be sure, not this Friday, but the following Friday, when we're going to have a friend of ours. I think you know him as well, Mitch Traziak. I don't know if you
Nice.
know Mitch or not. Mitch is a professional baseball umpire, and he's finally done with his season. So he's on vacation right now, but he's going to come join us soon.
Sweet.
Yep. Anyway, hey everybody, thanks so much for tuning in. I know it's been a long one tonight, and for those that stuck with us, thank you so much. We greatly
Hope you had a
appreciate it.
blast.
I know I did. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to. This is what I'm going to do right here. Hold on a second. Instead of the normal how we go out, I'm going to do this and go out to this screen here. Any last words, sir?
See you in 2 weeks.
See it? Yeah, not even. Less than 2 weeks. But anyway, all right. Good night, everybody.
You're listening to Nothing's Off the